Let's do this. Last time we did all of 7.1's MSQ, as well as getting distracted. Me, never. Doing some other bits. But Sveen. Evil Sveen. Bad Sveen. Naughty. I think you mean Evil Speen! Maybe. We've got... Not Sveen. What? Sveen is like a yellow stone, right? Oh, to be fair, it can be green, yellow, or brown. Okay. So... Peridot is usually like yellowy green. Or at least usually yellow. So... There we go. She's not Sveen. She's not Evil Sveen. She's Peridot. Isn't there a character called Peridot? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, because there's characters named after most of the fucking gemstones across the Final Fantasy series. I feel like I know it from Final Fantasy for some reason. Oh, you do get jewels in FF9. So maybe it's just that. Yeah. Hey, Kryle. I'm sorry that I've left you here to deal with shit by yourself. My bad. After. Your timing could not have been better. If you have a moment, we have some things we'd like to share. Excellent. We'll just wait for Lamachi. She should arrive shortly. After. Glad to see you here too. And speak of the devil, let's catch each other up, shall we? Right. I'll go first, if nobody minds. I've been back in Tuliolal and spoke with Kona. I told him all about the records left behind by Gululjar's mother, as well as Sveen's reappearance. We decided that I should remain in the dome until things settle down more. But while I'm Gululjar's guardian, I'm also a foreign ruler. I'll have to take care not to appear as though I'm meddling in Alexandrian politics. That's all from me. As for the rest of us, we've been keeping track of this new Sveen. She's been making regular appearances before the people. And each time she does, she encourages them to become endless. Alas, much else about her remains a mystery, including why she's chosen to reveal herself now. On our end, we've confirmed that only those wearing regulators have had their knowledge of Queen Sveen's death altered. Someone must have tampered with the devices to remove any and all memories of the event. Though we haven't yet identified the perpetrator, given recent events, Sveen is a chief suspect. Many believe that the Queen of Reason is alive and well, and remember her funeral as a memorial for those lost in the attack. Needless to say, this has proven confusing for those with more accurate recollections. We'll carry on with our investigation. I'll head to Earth and Sky now and coordinate with our people there. There's one other matter, the highlight of this gathering, you might say. We'd like you to meet a certain someone. By all means. Where's this person now? In the break room. She is unwell, and Ishtola and Alizé have been tending to her. They'll be able to explain things. I want to see how she's doing, so I'll come too. The break room is at the end of the hallway through the door. We can go whenever you're ready. Who is this going to be? Apologies. I ate rather quickly and literally just finished eating before I hit go live, so... Kefkiwa, yeah. That tends to mess with my schnoz a bit. That's a Starbucks coffee cup. Okay, well, it's not a Lalafell, because they've got ankles. Sveen! Real Sveen, or are you Peridot?
What is she doing here?
Oh, it's voiced.
We just heard she was busy spreading talk of becoming endless among the Alexandrians. What's going on here?
She is not who you think she is.
Oh yeah, this is how 7.1 ended.
Not the Queen of Reason, who has made a miraculous return, but an individual of flesh and blood, possessed of a soul.
Flesh and blood? How?
We chanced upon her in living memory, but she collapsed before we could exchange words. We decided to bring her here for now.
Her body was suffused with lightning ether, which caused a debilitating paralysis. Ishtola reached out and informed me of her condition, and I came with a proxy as fast as I could. We're now waiting to see if the treatment was effective.
So could this be actual Sveen that has been in, like, stasis?
The circumstances of our encounter, and her extreme ethereal aspect, I am all but certain that she is the one from whom the Endless Sphene was created. The original Queen Sphene of Alexandria.
What? But how can that be possible? The real Sphene died of illness 4 centuries ago.
I died.
You've died a few times
Whatever
since.
do you mean? I am not dead. I'm not. What is this place? Where is everyone? Otis and Zelenia?
Do we know Zelenia?
And who are you people?
Otis was the Steiner equivalent.
Calm down. We mean you no harm. You've been unwell, and it wouldn't do to strain yourself. Please, help me. I don't understand any of this.
Of course. But if I might confirm some things first. You are Queen Sphene of Alexandria, are you not?
Yes. Yes, I am.
And ere you awoke here, you were in another unfamiliar place. Is that correct?
I opened my eyes and saw a strange, dark room. Outside there were towering buildings, clad in electrope.
So is she
You slumbered
in
at the heart of that
the
city
terminal?
for many years, within a facility called the Meso Terminal.
Okay, so it's Meso, not Miso.
Many things have come to pass during that time, some of which you may find upsetting. Are you sure you wish to learn of them?
In that dark room, there was an electrope casket designed to preserve its occupant in cold stasis. Until the terminal and its systems were recently shut down, that was where you were kept in all likelihood. Since the time of the Old Kingdom, for 4 centuries.
What? Do you speak true? I've been asleep for that long. 400 years.
One hell of a nap. I've dated some people that
Our
would
records
love
say
to
that
be able to
Queen
do that.
Sphene succumbed to the rampant lightning energies unleashed during the storm surge. But it seems the truth is rather different.
Okay, so we have Sphene, we have Peridot. How should I refer to old Sphene? Is there artificial? Can you make artificial Sphene? Synthetic Sphene? I love how the AI overview, when I've just Googled it, is coming up with like actual chemical stuff, which is what I'm looking for. But then it has a screenshot from Final Fantasy XIV showing the 2 different Sphenes. I love that. So it would be strontium titanite, most likely. So, okay. Endless Sphene is titanite. This is Sphene, and evil Sphene is Peridot. I will try and remember this, but I'll probably forget in 5 minutes. I do not believe that you're lying. So please, tell me everything that has happened. Everything. Very well, but let us do so with care, lest we cause you undue strain. Now, while I should like more of us to assist, it isn't practical to gather everyone, so I will summon Grahatia and Kral for now. I'm surprised she hasn't commented on all of the different people. Because not all of the races in the room are native
I know
to
this has all been a lot to take in, but how are
Alexandria.
you feeling? Physically, I mean.
Much better now, thanks to Yashtola and Alisei's ministrations. In fact, I can scarcely remember the last time I felt so hale.
She's gonna talk old-timey.
I know not how to repay them, not only for coming to my aid, but for telling me about my kingdom besides.
I don't think they're ones to keep score. Isn't that right?
It depends who you are. Stola is the motherly sort. Alizé never abandons those in need. They're comrades you can rely on. Stola is the motherly sort.
She's known those two for a long time. You can trust in her judgment. Besides, you helped to prove that their treatment works here as well. With this success, they'll be able to help others in Alexandria who suffer from the same illness. Few things could make them happier.
That's a very good point, actually.
I see. Full glad am I to know that we may cure the affliction after so long.
Galulja looks so out of
very
place.
Long.
Yeah, everyone you knew's dead.
Having been warned, but it's
no, actually, not necessarily.
difficult to come to terms with everything.
Sphene?
Wait, no.
Maybe going out and seeing it would help. Alexandria as it is now.
People still died from old age. And then they became
Great idea.
endless.
There's no substitute for seeing things with your own eyes.
And we killed all of the endless. So no, everyone
That
she knows is
said,
dead.
There is a chance that you'll run into the other Sphene.
Yeah, Peridot.
Still want to take a look, even so?
It would be a lie to say I do not feel anxious, but I wish to walk among the people, to hear their voices and learn about their realm.
This does raise the question of where the fuck did Peridot come from? We still don't know. We'll go together.
Truly, I would be honored.
Then allow us to show you the sights.
Thank you, Wuklamat.
Seekers of eternity. Thank you as well for your kindness. The endless Sphene. You knew her, did you not? It may take time for both of us to come to terms with this situation, myself especially, but I recognize that I must. I may still be here, but the world I knew is gone. Before heading out, I should put on more suitable attire. There's a modern outfit among the items Shale has prepared for me, I believe. Yeah, get them piggies out of our sight, I mean. This isn't a Miyazaki game. If you should wait outside, I should only need a moment. Alright, take your time. Are those the clothes that she came out of the casket in, do you reckon? Or are those clothes that Alizé and Ishtola gave her? We may never know.
Apologies for keeping you waiting. I've never worn such clothing before.
You're looking good.
Oh, that really suits you.
I want the shorts, because of course I want the shorts. I don't mind the top either. Agreed. I mean, I think they were shorts. They're either shorts or a skirt.
I'm glad to hear that.
A moment before you head out. Circumstances being what they are, we thought it best to come up with a way to distinguish you from the other Sphenes, and we should probably settle on this now rather than later.
I suppose it could get pretty confusing.
Please tell me we're not going to call her
First,
Dagger.
we propose calling you simply Sphene. As for the former Queen of Reason, Endless Sphene should suffice.
Paradox.
What about the new one who's been addressing the citizens?
Oh no, Endless Fiend being the old, yeah.
Despite
Night.
being the spitting image of Endless Sphene, we know she's a different entity. So we were thinking of calling her a simulant, after imitation stones.
I see. Well, they're definitely not the same. And that's as good a way as any to draw a distinction. But what do you think, Sphene? Is that all right with you?
Rest assured, I have no objections. When I am in the city, however, I intend to keep both my face and name secret.
I swear to fuck if we end up naming her after a
For the
weapon.
people of today's Alexandria know only the Endless Fiend.
We're sorry to subject you to such ignominy.
They have just added
No,
daggers.
I myself would rather not invite complications, so it is quite all right. Thank you for your concern, Shale.
Daggers overalls to
Let
the
us be
calf
off
shop.
then. I am in your capable hands.
Hey,
That you
Tingles.
are. First, we'll head to the entrance of Solution 9.
Good idea. We should start from scanning Port 9. I'll do my best to explain things.
So yeah, they are shorts. They kind of look like a better version model of the Sky Pirate leggings of casting that I have. In fact, I should be able to. I can show those. Yeah. If I spell pirate right, that generally helps. I think it was Sky Pirate. It's either Sky Pirate or Sky Rat. Yeah. So they look kind of like this, but a better model that actually has like bump mapping and stuff, whereas this doesn't. It's like even though those lighter colored bits are supposed to be turnover, it doesn't really look like they are. All this to say, I like her shorts. I want her shorts. Out of context, that could sound bad. But pretty much any time there is a female character wearing shorts, I want her shorts. No, that... I want to dress my character in their shorts. There we go. Oh yeah, because they're also frayed. I mean, yeah, okay, they don't look great when you zoom in this amount, but Yeah, the fraying is kind of like the ones that you get from Island Sanctuary. So I wonder if that could be the basis of them. But I also like the actual like leggings underneath them. They don't look as shit as the casting set one. I like her jacket, but I don't think I like the hood. But I imagine the hood is a separate piece, given that it can go up and down like this. So yes, I would fuck with her outfit. That lady wants to talk with Lamachi, so while they're busy, I'll tell you about what we see from here. Is there any place that interests you? There are so very many. I can't decide where to begin. The Red Light District. Then why don't we let After choose? The Red Light... No, the Arcadian. Yeah, we should show her the graphics card first. There are lots of different shops at the Nexus Arcade, selling everything you need. It's always full of people out doing their shopping. The Endless Fiend gave After and Lamachi a tour of the place. I remember watching them from a distance. Castletown I knew had a main thoroughfare that was lined with shops. Whenever I visited, the citizens would come and speak with me about matters great and small. Just like that lady is doing now with Wook Lamar. If you attune to Laynode 9, you can teleport back here anytime you want. You can also use it to teleport to other locations in Solution 9. Makes it easier to get around. That's the mode of travel that utilizes ether currents, yes? We had the same in my time, but when the storm surge broke out, such nodes were sealed off to prevent enemy use. And after the war, the etheric balance across the entire world had collapsed. Not only was travel outside the barrier ill-advised, the act of teleportation itself had become dangerous. We had to abandon the nodes altogether. 'Tis heartening to see them available again for the use of one and all. In the government sector, there's a counter where citizens can get matched to jobs. There's also a soul exchange, but no one goes there much these days since there aren't many souls in circulation. I'm unsure how I feel about regulators and the treatment of souls as a resource. I understand the grief of those who have lost loved ones and the desire to escape the sorrow of death. Even so, I would never wish to forget my parents, Otis, Zelenia. I want to remember them all. I'm reluctant to impose my personal beliefs upon others, though. Yeah, who is Zelenia? Do we know? Were they mentioned in the dungeon where we get the flashback to old Alexandria? The lady talking to Lamachi just came back from Tuliolal. It was her first time since being trapped in the barrier 30 years ago. She has family in Alexandria now, so she had to return. But the train made it safe and easy for her to make the journey. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work. There was once a railroad connecting Alexandria and neighbouring Lindblum, but operations were suspended when relations deteriorated. Eventually, the tracks were removed entirely. To see that a railroad now connects us to our new neighbours is gratifying. Especially considering that our history began with war, with Alexandria the aggressor. In continuing to strive for peace, Tuliolal's leaders have shown great magnanimity, and I can't help but be and I can't help but be moved. Sorry, she glitched. Sorry about that. I got a little carried away with the conversation. It's alright. Arthur and I told her about the places we can see from here. Really? That's great! Right then, why don't we stroll through the residential sector and then stop at Mosaic? We can take a break there. Yo. We've been walking for a while, so let's rest our feet, eh? Drinks are on me. Sveen, after. Two of you go ahead and order first.
So many different drinks. I can't decide. Ooh. I'll have this, please. A Dali coffee.
Of course. I should warn you, though. Dali beans are an older variety known for their strong bitterness. Still want one?
The bitterness is the best part. Have you decided as well?
Something healthy. Vegetable juice, maybe. Sweet cocoa with extra cream on top. No, I'll have the same.
Two Dali coffees then. The beans make for dark roasts that are quite aromatic. I find the sharp flavour invigorating, though a dash of milk can be a wonderful complement.
I'll have your drinks ready in a moment.
I mean, you've got to get coffee if you're going to space box.
They're certainly well liked. It's a wonderful feeling, spending time with the people. But they're not my people anymore, are they? Their city, their way of life, even the ground upon which they tread. I am a stranger to it all. The weight of the long years is finally beginning to sink in.
Your Majesty, is that you?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I am not Queen Sveen, though I'm often told we look alike.
There you are. How many times have I told you not to go off alone? I'm sorry he bothered you, Mom. Come now, we're going home.
Oh, fuck, I'm that kid.
I do
'Cause
not
that's
know that
how I
boy,
refer
nor
to
does he
people.
know me. No one does. Another harsh reminder that I have no place here. Yet, no matter how much things have changed, I am happy. I am. For Alexandria has endured. Our sacrifice was not in vain. Even so, I cannot help but feel lonely.
If only Otis was still here. But him dead! No. Okay. Looks at you apologetically. Why? Did she drink my coffee? Forgive me. I didn't mean to darken the mood. Still, I feel better for having shared my feelings with you. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not being much of a guide. I don't usually get approached this often. It's quite alright. The people have been through so much. It's only natural for them to seek comfort and assurance from someone they trust. Besides, I was able to relax with a delicious cup of coffee and have a lovely chat with After. I appreciate your understanding. Right then, where to next? We could take a look inside the Nexus Arcade, but it can probably wait for when we actually need something. In that case, let's head back to the Recreation Zone. There's plenty to see on TrueView. Sphene! Stricken citizen? What the fuck happened? He looks pale. We need to find a place for him to rest. And you. I was on my way to attend to some business when the memory of being killed here came flooding back. The danger has passed, I know, but the terror lingers. All the comfort I've offered others in my work can't seem to comfort myself. Try as I might, I can't shake this fear. My courage has completely deserted me. Okay, he needs someone to rally him. Yeah! Get rallied. I'll rally you so hard. Thank you. I feel better already. Your encouragement was exactly what I needed. Who knew someone just going was all it took to overcome a panic attack? Ah, but where are my manners? My name's Malachite, and I'm an usher. An usher? They're the ones who came to those without long to live, right? But given everything that's happened, I expect your duties have changed. That's correct. We no longer attend to the dying. It is only after they have passed away in their family's care that we convey their remains to a government storage facility. A storage facility? What for? Henceforth, we must inter the deceased, but as the specifics are undecided, the bodies must be kept in cold storage for the time being. I didn't know. I'd heard there were graveyards over by the submerged city, but like funerals, burial customs must be long forgotten. Did you have usher duties? If so, we could help. I'm not actually here in any official capacity, so I'm loath to trouble you further, but since you asked, I shall explain why I've come. I've taken to delivering the personal effects of the departed to their families. Even though their memories have been entrusted to the cloud, I still remember where they once lived. The rule was to dispose of any belongings. To do anything else was strictly forbidden. But it saddened me to see them discarded like waste, so I began secreting away what I could. Of course, I understand not everyone shares my sentiments, and I leave it to the families to decide what to do with these items. Some accept my deliveries, others reject them. Whether I'm doing the right thing, I cannot say, but I feel the families should be given the choice. Oh, they didn't have it before then. It's important to think about what people leave to us. I want to help. Do you want to help too? Deliveries happen to be my specialty. I'm truly grateful. Now, there are 4 items to be delivered here in the recreation zone. I leave them in your care. Or recreation, not recreation. In the meantime, I'll head to the residential sector to make deliveries there. After you've finished, please meet me back here. I'd like to know the family's reaction. You know, there have been people in Tuliolal who had similar episodes due to the trauma of the siege. Would you mind if I went with Malachite? Just to keep an eye on him. Only if you can handle those deliveries without me, of course. It's fine, it's fine. I'm sure he'll be happy for the company. I dropped my slipper, and now I'm trying to get it back. There are easier ways I could have done this. Ah. So graceful and demure. So, there are 4 items in total to deliver? Right. 3 for people on Trueview, and 1 for someone over by the Neon Stein. Let's visit them in that order. Might I trouble you to do the talking after? I fear my voice may betray my identity. Lead the way. We'll be right behind you. What do you think of the graphics card? The way the buildings are all in a row reminds me of the old castle town. Lively as it is here, I can see why Oblivion can blend in. The people around Trueview seemed scary at first, but most of them are really kind. When I see someone passed out on the street now, I worry if they'll be alright. How often does the child see people passed out? Huh? Is there something you need? Here, I got stuff from a dead person. Ah, Malachite sent you. He was very considerate. When he offered to bring me the keepsake, he stressed that I didn't have to accept it if I felt uncomfortable. I see why some would say no, but I couldn't do that. Not when it's something that belonged to my parents, who I understand now I'll never see again. Having spare souls won't save us from the inevitable. That's always been the case. But now, I find myself wondering about this and that, like how much longer I can afford to muck around with my brothers. I won't bore you with my ramblings. Thanks for bringing me the keepsake, and give my regards to Malachite. What is it? If you're trying to sell me something, I'm not interested. Oh, you brought the keepsake. Thank you. I've been looking forward to this, hoping it might help me remember, but no such luck. It seems Yona's dead, and I'll never become one of these endless Queen's Fiend tells us about. It's a sad thought. Even so, I'm not sure I want to become endless myself. If they're made by putting your memories into a new body made of ether, doesn't that mean you yourself still have to die first? The thought of not having to worry about souls was appealing, so I was happy to receive a Neo-Regulator, but I've only had doubts since then. If Queen's Fiend herself recommends it, I want to believe that all will be well, but still... Sorry, I need to clear my head. Oh, hello. Do I know you? Ah, so this is the keepsake. Truth be told, I've been wavering as to whether or not I should accept it. I mean, it belonged to someone that died. It's got me thinking about what we did to Tuliolal. Didn't even know we'd killed so many of their people. Not until the funeral. What if they decide to retaliate? Lamachi, Wuklamat, would never do that. She and everyone in Tuliolal know my father was to blame for the attack, not the Alexandrian people. Oh, dear. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you speak ill of your father. It's just, I can't stop worrying about death. And hearing that they're running out of Neo-Regulators makes it worse. Don't know what to do anymore. That's everyone on TrueView. Let's go to the Neon Stein. So you can purchase beverages from these machines. That's wonderful! I've always believed technology should be developed to the benefit of the people. Genalt's favourite energy drink is a special formula, not like the ones they sell here. I wanted to try one, but Shell wouldn't let me. Dear God, no. You're a child. You don't need a drink that turns you into a Super Saiyan. Huh? Are you talking to me? Well, you must be talking to me. There's no one else around. Is that a weapon on his hip? Oh, right. This. Can't say it stirs any memories, but it does feel familiar somehow. You know, you look familiar yourself. Where do I know you from? Oh, of course! You're the unenhanced challenger. No, champion. I can't stress how incredible it is what you've achieved without using feral souls, it's a genuine honor to meet you. Though, not for the first time, I realize. He doesn't need it, but they would be the target audience. If you had the ability to have a drink and go Super Saiyan, you would have had it as a kid. Okay, yeah, no, that's fair, yeah. If you told me that there was a Super Saiyan monster, or if you told me that Red Bull, like, it wasn't just a tagline that it gives you wings, but it legitimately gives you wings and the ability to fly, I would try it. I would definitely try it. But I suppose there's a fine line between at what point does it stop doing the thing that it says it does and instead it just makes you hallucinate. Because, you know, there's a fine line between taking a compound that lets you do the thing and taking a compound that just makes you think that you did the thing. The difference is observance. I could go and shoot up some heroin and probably feel like I'm flying. But it doesn't mean I actually flew. That got a little dark. Anyway, it was at the infusion station in the government sector, and it wasn't my finest moment, as you might recall. You're the Arcadian fighter who was desperate for souls. You're the one who yelled at Sphene to her face. Are you sure we've met before? No, you're the one who yelled at Sphene to her face. That was ballsy. I apologized, didn't I? I was so desperate then, I wasn't thinking straight. Anyway, seeing as we're meeting properly now, the name's Lathander. I used to fight in the Arcadian, but not anymore. Took Queen Sphene's words to heart and found a new job. One where I can put my knowledge of physical conditioning to use. As you know, lots of people were badly hurt when the mechanical soldiers malfunctioned, and I've been assisting with their rehabilitation. It's not something I ever imagined myself doing, but here we are. Not many people can help others like you can. I think it's great what you're doing. Thanks. It's encouraging to hear that. There's this fellow who has to learn how to walk all over again. Becoming endless would solve his problems, but he's determined to overcome them the hard way, with the body that he's got. Seeing that gave me a newfound appreciation for my body. It's a gift from my parents. A sturdy thing that's survived the arena. I need to take better care of it. I'm the only blue-scaled Hubigo beside my father. Lamatit once told me that. I don't know how my father felt about it, and there are times when it hurts to think about the things we share. Still, I don't want to lose that. Even if I could look the same as an Endless, I'd never throw away this body. Most people would find it hard to do so, I imagine. Just the thought makes me feel uncomfortable about the whole becoming Endless affair. But I need to get back to work. It was nice talking to you, and thanks for the delivery. I think those are the pugilists' weapons from Vanguard, right? I think he's a pugilist. Or monk. Same, but different. I believe that takes care of the deliveries. Thank you for taking charge. From what I've seen and heard, it is plain the people held their queen in high regard, and this simulant has exploited their love and admiration to win over so very many. Come, let us report to Malachite. He should be back at the north of the recreation zone. Or recreation zone. Why do I keep reading that? wrong when I know the right way to read that. Maybe it's because I'm a fucking idiot. No, it's Sven gets a bit tongue-tied after being in stasis for 400 years. It's probably fair. I don't think you can really blame her for getting a little tongue-tied when she hasn't used her tongue in 4 centuries. Thank you for your assistance. With this, every delivery I had planned for today is accounted for. The reactions I received were mixed. While some were glad, others decided they didn't want the items after all. How was your experience? Everyone accepted their items, but they all felt differently about them. One person couldn't remember the keepsake's owner, and another couldn't stop worrying about their own death. I see. It is difficult indeed to predict how people may behave when confronted with reminders of loss. Of late, I've come to realize that we are each of us the sum of the moments we've shared with our loved ones. And when they passed away and we lost our memories of those people, we lost a part of ourselves. It's a thought that saddens me to no end. If our memories of the departed are no longer to be entrusted to the cloud, I wish that those already taken could be returned to us. Well, my friends, I must resume my formal duties. My thanks again for your aid. Malachite speaks true. Our memories are what defines us. They form the path we walk to be where we are. My endless self, I expect, was much alike to me in the beginning. But I cannot become like her no more than she could become like me. For once our paths diverged, so too did our lives and experiences. That's true. Even if we start from the same place, we all have different journeys. At some point, things like our goals and our ways of thinking are bound to change. The Endless Fiend was one possibility, a version of myself who made choices I want to believe I never would. I'm beginning to come to terms with the fact I did, though. Huh? Is that? Hey, Sven. Sorry, Peridot. A simulant! She was looking straight at us. If I didn't know better, I'd say she wanted us to follow her. I have a bad feeling about this, but we might not have another chance to figure out what she's up to. We're going after her, right? Yes, let's just follow the person that we know isn't who they say they are. Because, yeah, what's the worst thing that could happen from following someone who we don't know who it actually is, and who we know has manipulated hundreds, if not more, people? The simulant headed into that street over there. The neon stein is that way. Let's hurry.
Not here. Let's press
Voiced.
on, if only a little further.
Who and why?
Hey, are you alright?
So she didn't die. Vexing, but expected.
That was about the strongest bolt we can produce within Everkeep. What now?
Why are you trying to kill me?
We obtain more precise measurements. Narrow the range of variables to avoid unnecessary trial and error. That is the most expeditious course of action.
I know that voice.
Let me guess, that's the other guy that you talked about.
You there! Yes, you! We have important business with you. We left something in your keeping, the key to interdimensional fusion. You will kindly return it to us, yes?
No. You ask me that after you try to kill me?
Now that you mention it, the other way around may have been more appropriate.
No shit. So she's not denying
if I had
it.
the key, I wouldn't need to be cruel and turn away so many people. Far more than 5,000 could become endless and know eternal happiness.
But we...
What? You mean to steal ether from other worlds again?
All is for the sake of his experiments.
Is he just fucking Hojo?
'Twas for that reason, you know, that the previous me created the Endless. I pity her. She was forced to attempt the impossible, to turn every soul who dies into an Endless, even though there's no end to them. Admittedly, that was part of the plan. Her desperation would drive her to claim the key and use it. And sure enough, she did just that. I know you had a soft spot for her, Lamachi. So for what it's worth, I'm truly sorry.
Fuck off.
Alas, we are naught more than pawns, pieces in his grand design.
Don't you dare make light of her love for her people. Don't you dare!
Strike me down if you wish. I shall be made anew. And I doubt many would look kindly upon the vow of resolve of Tuliolol if she attacked a neighboring queen, and not for the first time. Would you be willing to accept the repercussions?
Damn you!
You attacked me first, though, so I'd be acting in self-defense. What is the objective of these experiments? What is your hypothesis? Cube.
You're speaking to me. Our goal is to usher in the next phase of mankind's evolution. Since time immemorial, life has used death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment.
Yes.
The old and infirm are weeded out, allowing species to thrive. Generational succession. This has been our survival strategy.
Yeah. The basis of evolution.
Yet, this strategy has long since reached its practical limit. It is outdated.
Uh-huh.
It relies on progeny, which gives rise to unchecked population growth. Resources become scarce, invariably leading to conflict. All the while, death is ever present and robs our species of untold potential.
How is that protractor in
Where
your
man
pocket?
now stands in his evolution, bodies of flesh no longer make sense. What we must strive for next is carefully managed, eternal preservation.
Or is that a compass? I've not needed to use one since school.
Calyx! You're Calyx, aren't you?
Okay, so he's an Alexandrian native, because
You know him?
that's a type of stone. The fact she knows him, though.
Genius who had mastered electrope technology. He founded the scientific collective known as Preservation and devoted himself to developing a cure for the paralysis which plagued our people. Calyx, you always had your gaze set upon the future, and I know you do now. But I beg you, do not deceive the people of Alexandria. Do not manipulate them with this imitation forged from my memories. Well, how rude. Yet, whatever you may say, I'm the one whom the people regard as queen. You may have worn the crown for a few years, but now you are no one. Just a frail, fleshy version of me that could die at any moment. The kingdom has no use for such as you.
Argument also goes the other way, though.
Our demand is simple. Surrender the key. Refusal will necessitate consequences.
He honestly looks like he's from Nier more than Final Fantasy. Like, you could tell me that he's a member of Yorha, and I'd believe it. Are you alright? Forgive me. I was once able to use healing spells, but my long slumber appears to have sapped my magical reserves. It's frustrating to be so powerless, but perhaps I must accept my newfound limitations. Alexandria has no need for Queen Sphene. It's the Queen of Reason, my endless counterpart that they love. And although it is a hard truth to accept, it is nevertheless the truth. We must find a new way to serve. You're not alone, and together we can get through anything. Well said. And it just so happens there's something that only you can do right this moment. Let's start with Calyx. What can you tell us about him? He was a prodigy who specialized in the field of electrope and made his mark during the Storm Surge. Yet even as he basked in the admiration of his peers, he struggled with an illness he had from birth, which left him with precious little time to live. For him to still be here 4 centuries on, I think it's safe to assume he too has become an Endless. I see. While we're somewhat familiar with preservation, I never imagined we'd cross paths with one of them like this. You know about preservation? We do. They're supposed to have created Everkeep's core system as well as the Endless Sphere. Did they? All while I was slumbering. The members of Oblivion have spent a lot of time investigating preservation. We should head to the back room and tell them what's happened. Be voiced?
We've heard what happened. So, preservation has revealed itself at last.
And using the key, they mean to turn even more people into Endless. It seems safe to assume that they too intend to steal ether from the other reflections. But unlike the previous Sphere, they have no intention of saving everyone. Calyx, of all people, would know precisely how much ether is required to sustain an Endless. Thus, he is able to set a realistic limit to their creation, without being swayed by emotion.
Carefully managed eternal preservation. Whether or not this can be considered an evolution, 'tis plain that man's very existence would be forever changed.
Say, if this Calyx is as brilliant a scientist as everyone says, could he have been the one who erased everyone's memories of Endless Sphere's death?
That is a possibility, though I cannot speak to his motives.
Though Calyx has outright stated his ultimate goal, how his actions will further this agenda remains unclear. That said, we have seen how anxiety towards death continues to spread amongst Alexandrians. Perhaps the simulant stokes this fear to entice them to become Endless.
Everyone is afraid of death. We try to put it out of our minds, and I do not blame the people for feeling as they do. Nonetheless, I wish to stop the simulant. I wish to do what I can for those who believe in their queen. Although I wear no crown, were I to forsake the people, then I would truly have no place here.
I don't know if this will help in that endeavor, but I've found something interesting. When I analyzed the sign that Calyx appeared on, I was able to determine the source of transmission. I traced it back to a terminal used only by preservation, located in the Foundation sector.
Oh.
Foundation sector? That came up in my mother's records, didn't it? It's where the old castle was hidden.
Everkeep was built atop the castle of the former kingdom. Access to the immediate area, the Foundation sector, is highly restricted, with map data accordingly classified.
The old castle is inside this tower.
It's an ideal place for preservation to conceal the terminal, I must say. Having existed since the storm surge, they would be familiar with the castle's layout.
But I wonder, would someone so versed in electrope, such as Calix, be so careless as to leave a trail?
Oh, I expect he intended for us to find the terminal.
It may be a trap, but it's our only lead. What do you think, my friend?
If we have a lead, I say we follow it. We can't leave them to their own devices. I think a little revenge is in order. You need my help. It has to do with noms. You need good meals that you can make a good amount of at once. You were thinking of making some burrito bowls, but you know that I'll have experience with things like this. So yeah, there's a lot of things that it's generally easier. Most things, if you're going to the effort of cooking them, cooking more of it is more efficient. Because it requires very little extra effort to make more of something when you're already going through the effort of making it in the first place. Especially things that you just cook in a pot. Like one pot, like a chili for burritos, or like when you're making a pasta sauce or a curry. Those are all really, really easy to make big batches of. You just ran out of food and you continuing to have lunch out is out of the question. Yeah. So I work from the office 2 days a week. Or at least I should. Normally I work from the office 2 days a week. And on those 2 days I'll get a pastry on the way into work, which is like £2. And then I will have lunch out because I use public transport and stuff. I don't want to fuck about with taking a lunchbox with me. It's not worth it for me for 2 days a week. So one day I will usually have like KFC or something hot from somewhere near my office. And then the other day that I'm in town, I'll go to like Lidl and get a cold lunch from a Lidl. And like that for me is sustainable because I earn enough that is something that I can do, and generally I don't order out that much, maybe once a fortnight. Sometimes it's more, but it's usually about once a fortnight. You must save money so cooking's back on the menu. That would be fine if you went to the office 2 days a week, but you're walking every day there, so you need to make food. Yeah. So, honestly, the two biggest things that you need to think about are what is food that you can just happily eat multiple times a week, and what is stuff that you can easily take with you to work. Because if you're making stuff at home and then you're taking it into the office, you have to be able to actually get it into the office, and if it needs reheating, reheat it and be able to eat it whilst you're there and all of that stuff. So burrito bowls, those could be great. You can also like, you need to be careful of was it E. coli cerealis, the bacteria that if you leftover rice and pasta is fine as long as you store it and reheat it appropriately. If you don't store it and or reheat it appropriately, it can be very, very bad. But like pasta is a really, really easy one that, have pasta for dinner, just make too much pasta and then chuck that in a Tupperware and you've got pasta for your lunch the next day. Easy. You always keep it in the fridge and reheat it in the microwave. Yes, but you should spread it out and let it cool. Ideally not in the fridge first. I mean, you can. The putting it in the fridge isn't bad for the food. It's bad for everything else in your fridge. Whilst it's hot. But yeah, you just want to spread it out and get its temperature down as soon as possible. And you don't want to like put a covered bowl full of warm anything into a fridge, because the center of that warm whatever will remain warm for longer than if you had it spread out, or like even if you just left it in the pan that you cooked it in, and let that go to room temperature in like 10-15 minutes, or maybe longer depending on how much you've made, then package it and put it away. Is a lot safer because it stays out of the danger zone for longer. But yeah, my go-tos are generally chili, a ragu pasta sauce, which honestly, if you make a pasta sauce, you can then kind of get away with just adding spices to it to make it into a chili. So that can be a really, really good way of just cooking one dish, like a massive amount of one dish, but then differentiating it by adding spices after the fact. And chili, chili reheats so fucking well. The flavors become more well-rounded and better, deeper the longer that something has been sitting, so it's often better reheated than it is the first time. You're going to make burrito bowls and pasta with ragu. Yeah, so then you could potentially just make a massive, massive batch of ragu, and then add spices to half of it after the fact to turn it into kind of a chili. I also like doing those because it's very easy to just cram a shit ton of vegetables into a chili or a ragu sauce, kind of, or a ragu style of sauce. It's like you've got your mirepoix, your sofrito, whatever, Holy Trinity, whatever the vegetables that you're going in with, like onion, carrot, celery. Yeah, in your case, you've got to avoid greens, but like you could still do onion and carrot. I usually put mushroom in. Lentils are really, really good if you're doing anything with beef. If you add lentils to beef mince, it helps pack something out. It's really nutritious. It's extra fiber, and the lentils generally have a very similar texture in a meat dish that uses beef mince to what the mince does. So it's cheaper because you need less mince to get a larger portion, without necessarily losing out on any flavor. I also really like MSG and Worcestershire sauce. Those are kind of my go-tos for when I want to add more bang for my buck from savory dishes. Onions, carrots, beans, bell peppers, and tomatoes, and corn. Okay, yeah, well, those are all things that you can put into a chili. Without the corn, you could also, that would not be a bad pasta sauce. Corn gets a little bit confusing in a pasta sauce sometimes. They're not your favorite, but they will help making your veg count. Well, yes, that's the thing that I love about how I make a pasta sauce and stuff is I literally like I'll either roast stuff off beforehand and then blend it. To basically make it like a soup. And then that helps be part of the liquid of the whatever it is, but it's also getting all the veg in. You don't necessarily have to blend all of it. You can just chop it up quite small, and then it just becomes like chunky. But that way, because you're not getting like a lump of. I'm not a massive fan of celery. I love cooking with celery because if you cut it up small enough, it just tastes like onion. But I don't like actual celery for its singular flavor. So I chop celery really, really small or blend it. And even though I like mushrooms, I'll often blend mushrooms or kind of into a duxelle and then put that through pasta sauces or chilies because it helps thicken it and gives you that meatiness, especially if you roast the mushrooms beforehand. Like, honestly, the biggest thing is don't be afraid to roast stuff before you put it in a pan because it's hands-off cooking. You can just chuck stuff into an oven for 20-30 minutes and the flavor that comes out is so much more concentrated. And then if you put that into anything, you're getting more flavor out of the same ingredients. You are going to flame the bell peppers. Oh yeah, to get like char and the sweetness out of it. Yeah, that's good. Like, honestly, bell peppers, especially red bell peppers, if you roast them or grill them or flame them, you get some really lovely sweetness out of it, which goes great in a sauce. You can go red, yellow, and orange. Yeah, so the reason why I say red is because generally it's all the same species of pepper. They're just at different degrees of ripeness, with red being the most ripe. So red is the sweetest. So if you're deliberately going for a sweet pepper flavor, it's best to use red pepper. I know what I'm talking about a little bit because I like food. If you look back at the channel 10 years ago, you'll notice how much I like food. Because I was a stick. Because my metabolism was just that good. But yeah, if you want, I can send you like a rough idea of a couple of the things that I make. There's also like the butter chicken that I really, really enjoy, and you can batch make that, and that goes really, really well with cauliflower and chickpeas. because you can blend the cauliflower into the sauce, which makes it almost creamy, and it gives it a load of body. And then the chickpeas is again bulking out the protein, so you need less chicken. So that's really good. The main thing is that if you're gonna be bulking stuff out, you're gonna need to get the spices and stuff that like, even if you're using a jar sauce, you're gonna want to get the same sort of flavor profile in spices and stuff, so that you can, as you're adding stuff to that sauce, it's gonna weaken the power of whatever the seasonings are in the sauce, because that's how dilution works. So you're going to need to re-up it, and it's not just a matter of, like, especially with a curry, it's not just throwing salt at it. You need to, like, throw more cumin in and more turmeric and stuff like that. You need to get spices to make the taco seasoning for the beef. Yeah, that's exactly the thing. Like, if those packets of taco seasoning, I tend to get those, but then I'll throw extra smoky paprika and extra cumin in. And if you get the whole spices, and you can toast those off, that's fucking amazing for curries. Because that's obviously the way that they do it. Unfortunately, in this backwater country, you don't get pre-prepared seasoning blends. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, you might be able to get a garam masala, which is just a mix of spices for Indian cuisine. But if not, they're not that difficult to make your own blend. And it's arguably better to make your own blend, because then you can tailor it to whatever it is that you're making. But yeah. There's also potentially an app that I could put you onto. It is technically a subscription, but you can try it free for 30 days. But it's a really good, like, meal planning app. That the whole point of it is that you basically get 6 meals a week, making as many portions as you want, but it's tailored to making 2 portions. So that would be, in your case, 12 meals. But it's the 6 dishes a week, and it gives you one shopping list. And unless it's dry store stuff that has, like, a long shelf life, it makes sure that you use every single ingredient in its entirety. So, like, you have no wastage of fresh ingredients by the end of it, which can be a really good way to keep costs down as well, because you're making sure that you're not wasting stuff. You don't want to overdo it, because you don't want to spoil food. Yeah, I mean, that app, you could do just 3 dishes, but it would still be like making the equivalent of 6 meals. And so then that would cover you for a week. But what's nice about it is the recipes are all really approachable and easy to follow. And I don't use it anymore, because I live by myself. I don't need it. I kind of have my repertoire of dishes that I like to make at this point, and I know how to make them. But when you're trying to find stuff and try stuff that's new, it can be really, really good. And, like, dietary stuff on there is really, really good. Well, you have to cook tomorrow, so you need to decide what to do. I mean, by the sounds of it, burrito bowls. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. You've just noticed the 3D printer in the background. Yeah, that's been going this entire time. I do apologize to the people who aren't interested in food, but I'm a foodie. I think a little revenge is in order now.
That it is. While I'm glad you're safe, we cannot allow his offense to go unanswered.
If you're set on this course of action, I'll work on getting you access to the Foundation sector. Sit tight for now.
Speaking of food, revenge is a dish served with sauerkraut.
Please, let me come with you. I may not possess any special skills, but I know the castle better than any. So please.
Sauerkraut just makes me think of currywurst, because it's the only time I actually like sauerkraut.
If that's what you want, then we go together. The rest of us will take point and secure the way, and we'll count on you to guide us in the castle.
I had crispy aromatic duck for dinner. Opinion on this Sphene outfit. I really like the shorts. I want the shorts. I like the leggings as well. I'm not, for me personally, I'm not crazy about the nodule things. But yeah, I really like the shorts. I don't hate the hoodie, but I'm not a fan of the actual hood. What annoys you is the zipper. The underbust zipper. I just like booty shorts. I do like booty shorts, you're right. I know that I can go first person, but it doesn't necessarily help for like trying to see the shorts. Because I'm so tall. True, I could sit, but then it's not as... Yeah, if I move at all, it breaks. So it's not the easiest. Oh, it changes my controls when I'm in first person. That makes sense. I was like, why is this so weird? But it's because of the movement style that I use. It changes it. After does not want to be crotch to face height level. You're not necessarily wrong, but you're also not necessarily right. It just depends on the person. I've not been crotch to face height level in a while though, so food's good. I like food. I like cooking. La 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 la. But not on stream, sir. TOS. Sphene is likely a good candidate. He's cute, but now give me the transformed vampire woman from M9. And now we're talking. Not her personality, just her aesthetics. Give me Sphene in that body, and you know what? That's fine. I'd be happy with that. Because the thing is, I don't even necessarily like goth mommies. I just like alternative women. The mommy part of it doesn't necessarily do anything for me, but I like alternative. In case that wasn't obvious from how I dress my character. Thank you for allowing me to accompany you. It may take time for me to find my place in this new Alexandria, but I will. Slowly but surely. Afterburn's been ruined by Lulu in FF10. I mean, I like... Aesthetically... Yes, I like her. I wouldn't... I don't... Lulu... Lulu's not my type. As much as I don't really have a type, Lulu is not it. Yeah, more Tifa. Definitely more Tifa. You right. You right. Lulu is too aggressive for this man. It didn't necessarily have to put it like that, but yes, you're not wrong. I am too traumatized. She comes across bitchy. Like, I know that's kind of how she is, but a woman who lies to you in front of your face versus one who will tell you to your face that you're an idiot. Well, Tifa is telling a white lie in order to preserve someone that she believes to have a fragile mental state. But she's very, very good with kids, like Marlene. She's hardworking, earnest. She's a great cook and mixologist. I like to cook and was an amateur mixologist. Like, there's a lot of reasons why Tifa is a much closer match to someone I would want to be with. I'm trying to think of another alternative character. There hasn't really been many. Ariana Highwind? I don't remember her personality that much. I think she was relatively attractive, but I'm like somewhere along the line to Demi. So I personality is very important to me for me to be attracted. Surprising no one Tingles liked Yuna and Riku from FF10. Ooh, Pain. Aesthetically, I fucking loved Pain from 10-2. And some of the outfits from 10-2 for Yuna and Riku. I am forgetting one of the characters, Fran. She got that booty. She do got that booty. I mean, yeah, I like Viera. That's fair to say. I don't know what could possibly give that away. But I do like Fran. Fran's sassy. Fran has that sassy foreigner thing going on, which is attractive. For you on the hot scale, top 3 of all Final Fantasies: Rufus, Shinra, Urba, Yunfang, and Jekt. Okay. I'm assuming that's Rufus from, like, the remakes or Advent Children. They're very, very similar anyway. you can't really tell much from the polygons of original Rufus. Fang is... I think if I saw Fang in more modern clothing, like if I saw her dressed in a modern alternative style, she would probably be quite close to what I like. Because, like, my ex likes to, like, one of her costumes that she'd go to costume parties and stuff as was Lara Croft. Like, Lara Croft is not really alternative, but like from the newer Tomb Raiders, not like the Angelina Jolie film. She leans a bit more towards the alternative. I think I like dark hair. Not that it's a specific type that I go for. I don't really have a specific type that I go for. But thinking about it, most of my relationships have been with people with dark hair. Not necessarily that they've had naturally. Many of them dyed it, but... I think the last person that I dated that was blonde was when I was like 15. No. I did date one. I did date a woman with blonde hair for a short time, just as I was finishing uni. Okay, that was him. Did I not enjoy Jill from 16? Shiva. He was cute. But... I don't know. The problem is, like, I don't necessarily have many waifus. Yeah, you can double check I did date a blonde at the end of uni? What? I mean, I know that you were around, but what, the way that you said that? I don't think I necessarily showed her on stream. I know there was a brunette that I knew back from secondary school that went to a university near mine that I did show on stream when we kind of reconnected for a very, very short period. But she was brunette. She showed up a couple of times, you think? No, I think you're thinking of the brunette. Reconnected. Sure. Look. We may have... I will neither confirm nor deny what happened, but it fucked me up. We'll just say that. Yoshida's more tame on character designs. He's asexual in design scope, and even when his team make villain models like Forgiven, Obscenity, and Mount Gulag, it's just kind of hot shapes, but no go. They did reconnect. They connected at least. Man whore! I wasn't dating anyone else at the time. In fact, I'd been single for... I think a year. Yeah, I think I'd been single for like a year before we realized that we were even in the same city. And reconnected. And connected. But yeah. Some stuff happened. I didn't come out of it great. I then went into a very toxic relationship, which was the reason why I needed therapy. So, yeah. But even taking the Viera design and putting it into FF14, the emotes and posturing is more don't touch me. Yeah, they haven't... The sexualization of the Viera doesn't come from 14. It comes from what was already done in previous games. Like, the starting armor for Viera, or at least Viera females, is very sexualized. But that's because that's Fran's armor from 12, which is very sexualized. It just is. If they could have gone with a different starting armor, but it wouldn't have been so obviously recognizable as Viera. You'll still meet many waifus with Yakuza, starting with Garumi. Don't ask too much about it, I will see. Minfilia and Lise, the most conventionally attractive designs, are still somehow not alluring. Well... yeah, Minfilia has... I forget if she has a boob window, because it's been a while since I've seen her, but she has the butt window, which is kinda weird. But I think a big thing is that their character, like, their personality isn't ever sexualized. Like, I think the only character that is actually acknowledged to be a bit promiscuous was Thancred in ARR. Or, like, Thancred is quite... there was a few times where he's referred to as the pretty boy, or, like, that equivalent. But I don't think that really happens much with any of the other characters. But yeah, I legitimately can't think of a video game character that... like, if I was to have to try and come up with a top 3... Oh yeah, it happens in other Final Fantasies. But, like, the team behind 14 is actually really, really good at not over-sexualizing. Yeah, Tidus is a man whore. Van is a twink whore. Sydney from 15 is obviously highly sexualized. I do love Sydney, though. She's adorable. You can confirm Thancred is pretty boy, but Graha is best boy. Yeah. Balthier is a man whore, but with class. Yes. Balthier is a Casanova. He's charismatic as fuck. Whereas Tidus relies on his looks. He doesn't necessarily realize it, but he does. And Van is trying, but it doesn't work. Like, Tidus relies on his good looks because he has good looks. Van is trying to use his good looks, but he doesn't have them. And Balthier is conventionally attractive, a bad boy, and charismatic as fuck. Snow is a man whore, yeah. Snow is a golden retriever inside a man whore's body. Because he's so loyal to Sarah. But if Sarah wasn't there, oof. Sorry, not sorry. Jack's so hot, even Tidus's mom was distracted. I love Yuffie. And if she was a bit older, I think they've aged her up a bit in the remakes, because she's only supposed to be like 14. Well, they aged everyone up, I think, because I think even Cloud is only supposed to be like 16 in... Well, no, he would have had to be older than 16, given the events of Crisis Core, but maybe not. Cloud's 21 in 7. Oh, okay. But, Yuffie is only like 14. She's supposed to be very young. But like Yuffie from Advent Children, so she's a few years older. She's 16. I swear she was older in the original. Sorry, younger in the original. But like Yuffie's aesthetic in Advent Children, that's a very nice aesthetic. Tifa's outfit from Advent Children as well, very nice. I'm also struggling to think of memorable female characters that are also extremely attractive from more recent games, because like more recent games have generally gone either for a more realistic appearance. So like thinking about the more recent Assassin's Creed games, like memorable female characters, not necessarily ones that you would look at and go, oh my god, they're amazing, because that wouldn't be as realistic. Unlike Stellar Blade, where you could look at them and go, oh my god, they're gorgeous. But they're so gorgeous, it desensitizes you to it, kind of thing. Because it's Korean. Still not played that. Nier kind of has that as well, in Automata. Stellar Blade uses the killer kill strategy. Yeah, I can see that. We have gone on such a tangent. 13 does have a couple, but 13 is how old now? $15 years? Was it 2009? It also uses an actual model for that design. The clothing is just stupid in Stellar Blade. 17 years, yeah. I wasn't too far off then. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call 13 a recent game. I think the main thing is art where you see a female character in alternative outfit. Like there's that goth free run that is going around. Like yes, Goth Freerun does it for me. Surprising no one. I like alternative. Let's get back to it. Yakuza will have a couple when I play it. I will play Yakuza at some point. Yes. Jeanette from Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I have not actually played any of the Vampire games. Oh, wait. I've just thought of a recent game with female characters that I liked. Cyberpunk. Because I did like both Panam and Judy. Was it Judy? I did like both of them. And I was annoyed that I couldn't romance Judy as a male V. Because Judy was much more my style. Well, Lucy was from the anime. Lucy was less so for me. But like Judy and Panam, yeah, they were desirable. Anyway. Right. I believe I've plotted a viable route to the Foundation sector. As we don't have much information on the area, I'll come along and gather geographic data on site. You can leave the navigating to me. I'll stay behind this time, but let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Oblivion's fortunate to have a capable adapter like you? Adapter? Have we ever heard that before? What's the context? He's good at adapting to situations, or is that like the term for someone hacking Electrope? And no matter what the future holds, your knowledge of Electrope is bound to serve you well. To serve him well? Wouldn't the more natural sentence to have been to serve us well? With such dependable support here, we may embark on our mission. Come, let's head to the lift in the government sector. Also, in Synodic Scribe's Discord, we were working out a possible strategy to determine the circumference of the star. And you've got through your first hill of your self-found, self-crafted playthrough. Oh. You remember a character that's memorable that I liked, but also not realistic. Dimitrescu. I'll be honest. Her daughters did more for me than she did. But yes, she is memorable. And she's more the dommy mommy side. Maybe what it is that I'm actually just attracted to mental illness. Given that, you know, I'm more attracted to the daughters who were literal carrion-seeking flies. Yeah. I like a girl with daddy issues. What can I say? Young Afterburn. Oh, Katara, she's okay. Azula, please let me fix you. No, I didn't like Azula. I kind of liked the one that Zuko ends up with. Not Ty Lee. Mai? I think it was Mai. Ty Lee was the acrobat one. The saying is, don't stick your dick in crazy, but after does the exact opposite. Mai is Lulu coded, though. Yes, she is. But, like, I'm not necessarily saying that someone with the similar character as Lulu wouldn't ever do it for me. It's just Lulu, aesthetically, I love her design, and she is one of my favorite designs from 10. But I don't necessarily look at her like she's a... Like, I don't really have waifus. And yeah, I didn't really look at Lulu like that, you know? But despite how I might act, I'm not overly sexualized. Or rather, I don't overly sexualize things that I consume. You still can't understand how Lulu ended up with Waka, to be honest. Because Chapu wasn't around. But yes, her response was, he makes me laugh. Which is understandable. What I can't understand is how the fuck Lulu got away dressing like that on a tropical island. That's not enough of a reason. Oh, sweet summer child, there are 1,000,001 hot women with less than average men that they do not look like they should be with because he makes her laugh. Like, there are so many relationship dynamics like that. There's no There's no direct lift to the Foundation sector, so we'll have to transfer to another on the way. If we take the wrong lift, we'll end up in the wrong sector, so be sure to follow her instructions. And who is her? According to Tashiljar's records, the tower's divided into inner and outer sections below Origenics. The castle's at the heart of the inner section. So upon arriving at the Foundation sector, we need to make our way inward. I feel like this is going to be a dungeon. After, take this communicator with you. I've already downloaded Snapchat. It's been modified to track your coordinates, so I'll be guiding you as I collect data. Sounds like we're all set. Let's get going. The Underkeep. Women pair bond over safety and security. Sometimes. Men pair bond over problem solving and initial attraction. Sometimes. I mean, I'm not the best. I'm neurodiverse as fuck and probably don't have the normal attraction style. So I probably shouldn't comment, but I feel like that's not necessarily the main reason. Evolutionarily, it should be, because females of a species, so not just specifically women, but as a female of a species, females are generally drawn to males that will protect them, or that seem strong because they have desirable genes to pass to their offspring, because then they will also be strong and able to protect and live on longer. And for men, or for males, it was generally looking for survival stuff, like a lot of men are attracted to big butts because it means that a woman likely has larger hips that may be better for childbirth and things along those lines. Like, there's evolutionary reasons that link to attraction and what makes a good mate, which can be linked back to evolutionary pressures. Obviously, it's not the only reason why anyone is attracted to anyone, and in the modern age there's myriad reasons why you could be attracted to anyone. For example, I've become quite fond of a silly man who likes to hide in the bushes. So yeah, there's all sorts of reasons for why you might like someone. Male hormone receptors for vasopressin are increased to keep them calm, help them calm down when hunting and in high-stress scenarios. It soothes and enables trust networks to link in the brain. It's why boot camp brothers stay family forever. Yes. Yes. Men do tend to bond more over stuff like that. But again, it's not necessarily the ubiquitous experience. However, did I see you? I don't know. I had a feeling there was someone there. Men bond over the stupidest thing, like video games online. Yeah, could you imagine bonding over video games? And, like, being best friends despite living in entirely different countries and never actually meeting each other after 11 years? Couldn't be me. Couldn't be. But then again, I do also say that I'm in lesbians with you, and I have said that for years. Yeah. Oh, wow. Not an instant pop. Excuse me? I'm surprised. I mean, it's not exactly a problem. I'm surprised. It's also after 10 p.m. Yeah, but well, it's not like I'm doing a raid. I would have expected that there might still be some people doing roulettes. Potentially. Like, it not popping immediately whilst I was as a DPS didn't necessarily surprise me, but the fact that it's not popped with a tank and a healer for the, like, that surprises me a bit. Especially because I would imagine is underkeep part of the expert roulette as well. It's like that's another reason why I might have expected it to pop. Or like you've got mentor roulette, like all sorts of people. Is it level cap roulette now, not expert roulette? It shifted out of expert this patch. Ah, okay. I have never even seen expert roulette. Would you look at that? That's new. Also, no guild tests. No, I've never done guild tests. I think on either of my characters that I played for a long... Well, this is my main now, but on my previous main, I think I did guild tests once. Maybe. I know that they're good for farming recommendations, but...
There are beasts ahead of you. They must have gotten in and made themselves at home.
Those bastards! Right, how do I play high-level Sage? Let me rephrase that. How do I play any level Sage? Let me rephrase that. How do I play?
There must be an access hatch nearby that leads inside. Look for an opening.
Don't worry. I do have a bit of an idea of what I'm doing. It may not be a good idea, but it's enough to stop you from dying. And to hopefully do some damage. Although you're a warrior, so you can just heal yourself. Yeah, you're on war. You ain't worried about dying. No, I'm not worried about you dying either. I'm just worried about keeping up my Toxicon.
I'm detecting something big. You'll have to deal with it to continue on.
Gargant. Was that a boss from 9? I know it is a... Or am I getting confused with the Antlion? Which we fought in... one of the earlier... No, was that an Endwalker dungeon? I was too busy thinking things. Ah! Okay. Crossis and Physis enables Drukol to heal a lot better. How do you tell? Did some of them come out? Earlier than others, and I'm just an idiot who doesn't see things. I'm an idiot who just doesn't see things. I'm real good at video game. I'm not being carried by the warrior. No, no. Why is this just a recolor of the Lost Allegan set? It is, because that helm I recognize. I mean, I'll still take it because it's probably better eye level than some of the stuff that I have. I didn't mean to press that button, but it's fine.
During the war, the people labored to maintain the castle. It meant a lot to them. It's upsetting to think that Preservation's terminal is in this place.
Oh. That's an early version of the Outrunner. Of the thing that Kefkiwa was using. Oh, and the Alpha Sentry. That looks like... Well, no, it looks like Otis. I mean, that Otis looked like a Mamorjar, but... Yeah. I'm gonna shut up now.
Measure your strength.
Soldier So. No, S0. Releasing limiters, initiating mobile combat maneuvers. Okay. I guess I'll just eat that, huh? So am I looking for... Yeah, looking for whatever the last location is. Don't worry, babes. I mean, I'm presuming... If you die, I have Phoenix Downs. Thanks. I don't want to die. Oh. Can't believe my wife is cheating on me with another tank. Hey!
That was hardly a challenge.
You weren't around!
You will show me more. I bid you press on.
You weren't there, man! You weren't there. That doesn't justify it. Look, just because my wife was... who never even finished ARR, went into like a year-long coma, doesn't mean that my adventure stopped. We know I'm just the boy toy. Oh, you're more than just the boy toy, Quid. I don't know what you are, but you're more than just the boy toy. We've got some kind of weird polycule. Going on. I again didn't really mean to press that button, but it's fine. No one died.
You are untroubled thus far, but I have something that may test you yet.
This reminds me of Grand Cosmos. I think that hallway's from Grand Cosmos. Oh, I wonder what threats we might have to deal with from outside the arena. Valia Pira. You should recognize some rooms like the stairwell that was directly from 9.
Very well. Let us see how you perform against this.
Was this a boss from 9? Probably. It looks like it could have been a boss. I mean, it also half looks like a boss from 13. What do? Ah! Okay.
Let us introduce more weaponry.
Guns. It is a boss from 9. It's the defense system of the Desert Palace. Ah! Oh shit.
Let us see what this yields. Perhaps a new approach to assess your adaptability. Still alive. How
9
unfortunate.
is Scott's favourite. After loves to just eat all the damages. Look. What's the point in being the healer if you don't face tank?
For you to die here, it would save me trouble later.
As long as I don't die, I'm the only one that has to deal with my fuck-ups. Gotta see how good these shields hold up, yeah.
I'm beginning to understand how you were able to defeat Queen Eternal.
Can't
That
hold
will
any more
do.
mathematics?
We have enough to proceed with an analysis.
Which one was is mathematics the one that I need? Scholar memes are even worse. I do watch Cider Spider. I haven't watched him in a while, but I do. He was the main way that I sort of found out about Bosnia, to be honest. Fun fact, your totally legal spreadsheets tell
Alex
you
was
that you did
measuring
the
our
same
strength.
DPS as the Bard.
Is that why he contrived to lead us here?
It looks like we've cleared away the machines and beasts. But who knows what else he might have in store. From here on out, Sveen and Shale will move with us. Let's find that terminal, but stay alert for more threats.
Oh yeah, there was a war that you wanted to tell me about healing.
Before my illness left me bedridden, I used to walk through here on my way to watch Otis and Zelenia train.
Zelenia is the Beatrice equivalent.
You knew Otis, if I'm not mistaken. Zelenia was his second in command in the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Oh, how I loved to see the two of them spar. I once dreamed of fighting by their side, so I studied the magical arts under my tutor. But when I was 15, the storm surge broke out, and both my father and mother passed away. As the new queen, I was forbidden from taking to the battlefield, for our nation would fracture had I died without a successor. Though in the end I could barely move. I regret that I didn't go out there and fight. At least while I still could. My endless self lamented not being able to protect the realm with benevolence. 'Tis a feeling to which I can relate.
Sphene.
Ah, forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to darken the mood. Come, let us press on.
This is one big castle, though. How far does this hallway go? Do you know, Sphene? What?
Teleportation? Or Sphene just fucked off?
What? What happened?
Teleportation. I thought maybe that they were stuck in a teleportation cycle. Oh, we're in the throne room. Are we about to go through Bugenhagen's observatory? Kinda. Kinda.
Oh, it seems our guest brought company. So this was your doing? It was. We installed a teleporter that is triggered by the presence of the key, you see? Ah, I'm afraid etheric transmissions cannot penetrate the walls of the throne room. It will take your friends a good while to find you.
I confess the Valia Pira did not suffice to assess your capabilities. So I shall try something else.
You gonna hit me with another lightning bolt? No, that's not a lightning bolt.
You are free to use anything at your disposal. The better you fight, the more accurate my data.
That's
Attaining
Beatrice.
a precise measure of your strength. That is the most expeditious way to reclaim the key to which you so stubbornly cling.
Ah, noble Zilenia, dashing as ever. These villains mean to do us harm. Strike them down, I bid you. What? This machine is Zilenia! Indeed it is. We couldn't preserve her memories while she lived, so she has been reconstructed from our recollections of her. The endless me being created in answer to the earnest desires of Alexandrians. That I can accept. But to twist the memories of those I held dear and treat them as playthings. This disgrace I cannot abide!
She's cute when she's filled with bloodlust.
Their demands. This monstrosity must be destroyed. Not least of all for Zilenia's honor. If she was indeed created from my memories, even if I cannot fight, I may be able to offer you counsel. So please, lend me your strength and end this farce.
I love that I'm in the throne room with my sage glam. Oh, okay, Azum's crystal.
Ah, there it is.
Recollection. Okay. So, Gwyd's story about healing. Scholar's your only healer at 100 on that character. Leveling roulette put you in Skydeep Senate, so everything hit like a truck anyway. The warrior doesn't mitt on any trash pulls. That's fine so long as you use bloodwetting. You blow through every cooldown you have except Dissipation and Seraph, because you might need something on the bosses. Manage to fall down below 50% MP from just healing. Christ. War falls to about 25% health and finally pops bloodwetting for the first time near the end of the pull. And then they rarely decided to pop it at all. It is a 25-second cooldown, yeah. Bloodwetting and Equilibrium, between the two of them, you can pretty much avoid the need to get healed for a good, like, couple of minutes between just those two skills when you're dealing with a pack of enemies. Adding your other mitts into the mix obviously takes that to longer. They never used Damnation the whole dungeon, and Rampart only on one boss. And the only mitt they ever used on pulls before almost dying was Thrill of Battle. Yeah, even more so if you pop Shake It Off, yeah. On the last boss, they were like, FYI, I will die to this boss. The last boss of Skydeep Senate, the main threat is knockback. To which that you responded, why you have so much knockback resist, mitt, and self-healing. To be like, why the fuck aren't you using mitt or self-healing? And he goes, I know, it just messes with his head. And Warrior has the most knockback resist in the whole game. Yeah. Because you've got arm's length and inner release, or whatever it's called. What the fuck? Oh, and Holmgang, yeah. I forget Holmgang is also a knockback in Vuln. Yeah, Inner Release is the main one that I think about as Warrior. I sometimes use that instead of Arm's Length. And Primal Rend can animation lock you. Ooh. That's a good point. Yeah, so if you time it right. It was the biggest struggle to heal. I bet. I bet. I'm just going to get up a Beatrice. Is it Beatrice or Beatrix? It is Beatrix, okay. I'm just getting up her combat model, because for some reason, in my... As soon as I saw that stance, and that hair, I was like, this is Beatrice. But... And the one eye covering. Although in this, it's a bit more full covering. But then, for some reason, I thought she used a one-handed sword. But I think it's a 1.5 hand. Yeah, you said can, never said guarantee. Yeah. It's pretty much a frame perfect kind of thing, I imagine, but you're also having to bear in mind ping. Like, I've seen you on War, you pop cooldowns everywhere, you nascent flash your healers when needed. Yeah, I nascent flash. Or at least try to. I'm not necessarily the best. My issue is that I play a bit of everything, and like I'll rotate between what I'm playing a lot of at the time, but I don't necessarily know the full kit for any one class, but I know like enough of most of them to get by in non-savage stuff. You're used to nascent flashing because you're used to the Blackest Night. Yeah, Dark is the tank that I've... Well, no. I don't really play Dark or Paladin. I probably know Dark better than I know Paladin. But that's not saying much. You know Reaper, Ninja, and Dragoon mostly to completion. I like Reaper. Dragoon is boring as fuck to me. I used to be a white mage ninja main on my old character. But ninjutsu just doesn't really feel worth it anymore. Especially when you've got, like, Viper. Ninjutsu feels like it takes a bit too long to use it in combat most of the time. Yeah, ninja can be very, very worth it. Like, there's some good stuff there, but if I'm playing a DPS, I would rather play Reaper or Viper over Ninja most of the time. Viper is like... Viper and Pictomancer are both kind of brain-dead DPSs for me, though, because their main rotation is so simple. So simple. Ninja's your go-to solo on low-level dungeons for weekly trial, for Wondrous Tales. Summoner for Trials and Raids. I go to Summoner for Trials and Raids. Dungeons, I often went Dancer. Pictomancer proper rotation is too confusing for you. Oh yeah, I'm not saying proper rotation, but their basic rotation for both Viper and Picto is so much simpler. Like, especially Picto. It's one button. Maybe two buttons. Like, if you ignore all of the, like the hammer and the actual painting, if you just do the subtractive palette, you just really, you only really need to remember 2 buttons, and that accounts for 6 attacks. You used to do Dancer, but Ninja has constant run speed increase. That's true. Yeah, but all the damage comes from all the other buttons. Yeah, but even just the basic combo is pretty good. Pretty good. Like, yeah, I'm not saying that, like, if you try-harded Viper and Picto, you would do better. But without try-harding, they are the simplest to just switch your brain on. Like, if I'm watching something whilst farming crap, Viper or Picto are really, really easy to do that with, because you don't even have to look, you just have to remember to press button. You'd say Summoner is still simpler. Summoner, going through your burst window, has different cast times. I would say, like, for their entire burst, it is simpler to do Summoner better than it is to do Picto better. But for the base, like, you've still got to go through doing the different summons, doing your Dreadworm stance equivalent, like, all of that stuff. Whereas Picto, Brain Dead, you can still do okay. Like, I'm not talking about doing it in dungeons and stuff, but, like, for dealing with just normal, like, doing a load of fates, Pictomancer, Dead, Brain Dead, so easy, so simple. 2 buttons. That's it. Kills everything. You put a little bit more focus into it, and Summoner outperforms it. But bad Picto is so easy. Sage is the most brain dead on Fates. I don't think I've really done Sage much. Yeah, I guess it's brain dead because you're doing healing whilst doing damage, but I would either go Warrior, Picto, or Viper, Reaper, just for the sake of doing a bit more damage. I've played a lot of Warrior. Especially, I played a lot of Red Mage in Eureka, and I've played a lot of Warrior in Bosnia. I'm now playing a bit of Viper in Bosnia because I was running out of the lost actions for tanks. So I've now moved to doing some more DPS stuff, but I do Warrior in Occult Crescent as well, yeah. I like Warrior. Unga bunga. Anyway, let's see, can we get into... I think that is the one that I need for Occult Crescent relics, right? I should spend those. How long have those been capped? It can't have been long. You haven't done this fight in a hot minute and you don't know how the tank stuff works. So that's going to be fun. I mean, if you want, you could go something else. I don't know what you have leveled on this character. Wait, I'm an idiot. there's fast travel, there's Ethernet. You have one of each role type, pretty much. Yeah, I thought so. So if you want, you can do AST. I forgot that there's a Ethernet to the Phantom Village. I'm a dummy. Which one do I need? I just wanted to walk a bit. Yeah, I was just exercising. Okay, I've done all of the penumbras that I had, so I need to get some. Which I... do kind of like that. No, I want the white mage one. Because physics. To be honest, it may not be bad. You should learn how it works, and also, fuck it. Might help with queues anyway. Fair. Eight minutes. Swing, swing, bitch. That's probably better than what my white mage currently has. It is. That's not. That's not, because I have the courtly stuff. Yeah, that's got a few things better than it. Didn't mean to do that one. How to tell I've not been on some of these classes in a little minute. Yeah, I need better caster stuff. And I already checked that. Cool! You do some more Savage prog tonight if you weren't in work tomorrow. Well, this evening is the start of me being off for 2 weeks. I was off for Christmas, went back for 1 week, and went, nah, fuck it. Have 2 more weeks off. So there's going to be a lot of streams. Although I have got my parents visiting for a few days this week. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and most of Thursday there won't be any streams. Thursday evening there might be a stream. So when am I visiting? I could visit. I could visit. It would have to be after Thursday, but I could visit. I gotta come and get your buns. I mean, I'd be surprised if you still have any buns left. We do not. The buns are gone. You could, to be honest. You just have to tidy and have to figure out how I'd get there. Yeah, I'm sure there's ways that I could get there. I mean, as long as there's a train station not too far from you, then there must be some way. Kind of need to organize meeting up with my other friend at some point, which just means pretty much going to Leeds, which is definitely not difficult to do on the train. Job-wise, which do I dislike the most? I don't know which one I dislike the most, but the ones that I don't like are Dragoon, Monk, Paladin, Black Mage. Black Mage mainly just because I don't really know how to Black Mage. Like, I don't like Paladin mainly because of low-level Paladin. I always struggled with its sustain. And I just felt like I wasn't doing as good a job as a tank on Paladin compared to all the other tanks. Dragoon, I just find boring. Monk can be really fun, can be really powerful, can also be really confusing, because it's got a similar level of complexity to Ninja with the ninjutsu, but it's in its combo. Astro is probably my least favorite healer, but I could quite happily play it for most duties. Just I'm not particularly great with its expanded kit. But I feel like Astro is kind of, with all of the stuff that they've done to it, there's certain bits about Astro that are really good, but then there's a lot of bits that are kind of just mid. Black Mage, yeah, I don't know its expanded kit. I don't know it at all. But I do love it in PvP, in Frontlines. You can teach me to Black Mage. I should try Black Mage in Bosnia, because I know Black Mage is really good in Bosnia. So maybe I should try and learn how to do that, and that'll help me to deal with a higher level Black Mage than I'm used to. Black Mage in Bosnia won't help a lot with the current Black Mage. That's true. Nothing is mid on Ast if you know your toolkit. Yeah, but like, there are some things on Ast that are really good. I love Essential Dignity. It's like a slightly less strong Benediction, but you have it more often. Earthly Star is very good as well, yeah.
I am Zelenia Triantaphili. Royal Knight of Alexandria, and sworn blade of Her Majesty the Queen.
Like, Ast has some really, really good stuff about it.
Upon my blade I swear, no harm shall come to Her Highness.
But there's also some bits that
You will not defile Zelenia's memory any
feel
longer.
like they should do more. Like the cards feel like they don't. Oh, I see. That was a we should be inside it.
I know this technique. You must keep moving.
Oh. Oh, that's...
Have at you! Upon my blade, I swear, no harm
I heard
shall come
must
to
keep
Her Highness.
moving and assumed deep freeze.
You will
Because
not
similar
defile Zelenia's
color
memory
association
any
as well.
longer.
It was not deep freeze.
Feel the sting of my divine blade!
I know this technique. You must keep moving.
Have at you! Fall!
That her blade work should be recreated so faithfully.
I will suffer none to threaten Alexandria! Heavens roar! Fall!
Okay, I could be doing better, but I'm just gonna put it out there. I could be doing worse.
Have care. Zelenia was capable of much, much more.
I mean, I could also be doing okay, I could also be doing my DOT more, but
For
is she
the
doing
honor and
Meteor?
glory of Alexandria, I strike! No more games!
Quickly, away from the sigils. The sigils channel magic. Be on your guard.
okay, so that's just don't stand in the
no
bad.
time even to fear my wrath!
But
You
what's
must
with
brace
the
for blade
reds?
and magic both.
Have at you!
Okay, the reds get activated each time. Okay, that makes... Does it... Is it just me, or have I raised every time?
Taste my steel!
kill it with epilepsy.
There is no escape!
That's just what Sage do. Sage. Sage is the laser light show. Well, there go both the healers again. And this is a trial, so I don't think you can use Phoenix Downs, can you?
I know this is merely a reconstruction, and yet...
I have pledged my life to the kingdom. Have at you! My resolve shall never waver.
If nothing else, I know that Gwyd is gonna survive pretty much no matter what we do here, so...
I will die before I yield!
I'm just gonna, you know, take a nap looking like I'm looking up her skirt. I like that Sage's weapon is, like, still active, even though you're unconscious. Did she just go into trance? I may have missed some details of the fight whilst I was staring at everyone's health.
That's right. Zelenia was always there to protect me.
So is it specifically her feet that are the bleed spot? Or is it any of the sectors that have the red rose filigree on it? Because my interpretation whilst I was fighting was that it was any of the rose stuff, but it's just the purple spot.
Rage and royal!
Yeah, 2 tanks can do 15%. Pay attention! Pay attention, Gwyn!
Have at you!
You don't have to flex on us. That is a good point. Having some kind of a dash with that attack is nice. I should have thought of it. Depends what's flexing.
Surge!
the biggest, hairiest, Throffadic.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so should I be paying attention to which way her sword is pointed for power break to know which side she's going to cleave? As a healer, you're sort of incentivized to look at this corner of the screen, or wherever that is on your HUD. So I was missing quite a lot of details whilst looking at that. Which, when you already know the fight, is fine, because you can pass things quicker. When you don't know the fight at all, though. Blind prog on healer equals bad juju.
Taste my
Look.
steel.
It's been established I like to make things hard for myself, okay? You know, on a different game, I am blind. First playthrough, blind. Hardest difficulty, increased enemy density, and playing the starting class that started with a poop bucket for a weapon. I seek the bad juju. Poop bucket OP. The poop bucket was pretty good. It wasn't as bad as I was expecting it to be. You learned this in ARF? ARF? Oh, a etherochemical research facility. Yeah, no. The shortening makes sense. I've just not thought of a etherochemical research facility in a while. So don't you need to... Yeah. Okay. I read that correctly. I'm glad about that. So the main thing that I missed was Purple Puddle bad.
A disgraceful display. Forgive me, my queen. I have failed you.
Rip. So, I mean, this is going to look a bit weird because I'm basically looking in her crotch. But is she still wearing... Because, like, Beatrix has, like, a one-piece bodysuit thing going on. Because it kind of looks like she's in a swimsuit. Right? Or was this a fever dream that I had? Yeah, so she has like this one piece over the red leggings. But it's like a one piece that merges into a trench coat. It's weird. I'm surprised you were able to post that link. Because apparently... Burnbot's not modded. Why is Burnbot not modded? Burnbot is modded. Sorry, for science. / timeout. Aurelia. Okay, so that does it. But that's exactly the command that I'm feeding in. So I don't know why that didn't work. Because it's saying unrecognized command / timeout. Also, Aurelia, I should have untimed out you. I think. I meant to only time you out for 1 second, but it defaulted to 10 minutes, so then I timed you out for 1 second in the hopes to overwrite the 10 minutes. You feel sundered. I'm sorry. It was for science. Because you shouldn't have been able to post that link. But it let you. So I need to look into that. Well, it didn't let you. Twitch.
These figures will complicate matters.
Didn't let Burnbot punish you.
Is that so?
I'm still confused how that compass is staying on his
I shall end
chest.
the transmission. Hold it! If you have no scruples about thus defiling the memories of Zilenia, then there is no way we will ever see eye to eye. You are not fit to be entrusted with the cherished memories of Alexandrians.
I, for one, have no wish to employ the fruits of my research in this manner. It is a waste of time and effort.
You know
Since
that's
I
going to be an
relinquished my
animation
flesh long
that we
ago,
get.
I must resort to every conceivable method, so long as the hero insists on keeping the key.
Like pen flip is going to become an animation on the
Why
the
do
cash
you so
shop.
oppose our objective? With the key, we would be able to harvest ether from other reflections and bring forth more endless. We could give this chance to evolve not only to the people of the Ninth, but to those of the Source as well. I see no reason why you should reject such a boon.
Here's the thing. So the Ninth is the reflection that they came from. The cataclysm or whatever it was that the event that the event that caused all of the lightning ether to become too much, was that the entire reflection that got affected, or was it just more localized to around Alexandria? Do we know that? Because, like, if it's the entire reflection, like the 13th becoming the void, it was the whole reflection bar Alexandria because they protected it. Okay, so it is the similar situation to the 13th. Just lightning instead of darkness. And the same as the first, which was light. Yeah. You're aware of the connection between the worlds. No shit. He's trying to get... He's constantly been talking about the interdimensional travel stuff. Why the fuck would we be surprised about hearing him say that? Sorry, my character's dumb.
How miserly you are. But unless you're willing to compromise, you won't be able to save anyone or anything. Well, I'd say our conversation has run its course. Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. And thus does my role come to an end. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Calyx.
As a token of gratitude for consenting to my tests, I leave you with a gift. Be sure to take it with you.
Okay, so Zelenia is actually here. Yeah, I wouldn't trust putting on that tiara or crown, because we live in a future where there's things like regulators, and if I'm not mistaken, the crown was effectively a modified regulator. I think that's how it was kind of explained before. Not that Sveen actually needed a regulator because she could inhabit the different Vanguard robots. But, yeah. Is it strange you like evil jester Sveen, Peridot, over the real Sveen? Yeah, but they could have turned off the regulator functions. Well, yeah, but I'm saying, like, the regulator has the ability to interact with memories and shit like that, as well as doing all the soul stuff. So I wouldn't accept being given something that could function as a regulator from someone that we know to be our enemy. Like, that's bad any way you slice it. But I can understand liking evil Peridot more, because she's got confidence, and confidence is sexy. Zelenia was kind, but she could be stern. Pillar of strength when I ascended the throne in troubled times. Was it Zelenia? I think it was Zelenia. Not only did she protect me, she also buoyed my spirit whenever it threatened to buckle under the pressures of my station. By preserving her memory and honor, you've done more for me than you could know. Thank you, After. You just liked Missy the most out of the Masters. Oh, Doctor Who. I've not watched it since Tennant. I don't watch anything on the BBC anymore. I don't have a TV license, partly because I don't watch anything on the BBC. From the clips that I've seen, Missy is sassy. But I do know that actress, Michelle Gomez, she is quite good. I like her.
Selenia, it pains me to think that you're gone too.
Aha! Oh, we found you at last.
You had us quite worried when you suddenly disappeared. What in the world happened?
You see this big robot behind me? Take a fucking guess.
Then preservation's objective is indeed what Calyx claimed. But for them to know about the source and the shards, and to refer to theirs as the ninth...
That is true.
That raises some questions.
But had we talked about that
Indeed.
with
But for now,
Sphene?
I'm just glad the
Endless
two of you
Sphene?
are safe. Oh, right. While we were scouring the castle for you, we came upon a room that looked like a library.
By learning about the Alexandria of old, we may gain valuable insights into preservation. Might we take a number of books with us?
So books still remain. Of course. You are welcome to any that may be of use.
That is actually impressive, if after 400 years there's still physical
could we take a
media.
look around here first? I'm especially curious about the area over by the throne.
Just means that it's been preserved decently.
This tiara, it was hers, the Endless Fiend's. What's it doing here?
Yeah,
It's a
FF9 was
type of
very
regulator, I believe. It contains the data of the Endless Fiend's memories.
medieval
Calyx likely
steampunk.
used it to create the simulant. Which means that as long as the tiara is in our keeping, we shouldn't need to deal with any more simulants.
Only steampunk in, like, the airships.
Strange that he would abandon it, though. Perhaps because the simulant already played her role, like she said. Or Calyx made a copy of the memories. In any case, not much information of import appears to remain on this terminal. But I'll make it so we can access it remotely from the back room.
Don't.
This
Don't.
contains the memories of another me.
Don't put it on.
The tale of her journey as Queen of Alexandria.
Let Shale analyze it first. For the love of God.
Might I hold on to this tiara? You may examine it whenever you wish, of course.
It would be for the best, I think. Does that work for you, Shale?
No objections from me. All right, I'm finished. Let's head to the library, and then back outside.
Why are we not questioning why Calyx let us have it? Like, we've discussed why it is that he doesn't need it anymore, but not why it is that he's let us have it. Seems pretty sus.
Farewell, Selenia.
The simulant gave the impression she wouldn't be back. I suppose only time will tell, and at present we have no further leads on Calyx. For now, perhaps you could take a moment to contact our friends? It would be good to catch each other up on recent developments, and I'm certain everyone would appreciate hearing from you. Who should I contact first? I mean, I feel like Ishtola has the most agency when it comes to real Sphene, because she's the one that found her. Let's do Ishtola first. If it isn't, after. Is something the matter? So, preservation's behind the recent intrigue. Doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to hear you're none the worse for your trials, though. As for myself, I've just concluded a meeting with Gosen. I told him about the cure for Levin sickness, and we formed a tentative plan to treat all those who are stricken. I'm now otherwise unoccupied, so I shall take a look around the government sector to see if aught is amiss. And if this Calyx is obsessed with the key, then I ought to begin studying it in earnest as well. Ah, excellent timing, my friend. I had a mind to call you myself to see how you were faring. Alex. While something was obviously afoot, I couldn't have imagined that such an individual would be involved. 'Tis well you were able to prevent the simulant from sowing further uncertainty. That said, her absence may have consequences. You have a theory on what Electrope has been for a while. What's that? The people of Alexandria still have great trust in Sphene. It is plain in the way they speak of her even now, and in how the simulant was able to win them over. Have I done the full Pandemonium series? Yes. Do I remember all of it? Not necessarily. When they notice she has ceased to appear again, rumour and worry will spread. We must be mindful of any pronounced shift in the mood of the populace. But, forgive me, it's been battle after battle for you, hasn't it? We can handle ourselves for now, so pray, rest up while you can and recover your strength. You think Electrope is the ninth sundered heart of Sabik? I feel like it's too plentiful to be that. To mirror what Gwyd's saying. But that's not to say that Electrope couldn't have been created from the sundering of something. But Electrope is a finite resource. They aren't able to make it. They aren't able to manufacture Electrope. Is it not? I thought it was finite and that they couldn't. Just not on our reflection. Not on the source. I thought Electrope was like a mineral. and it's only by putting effectively circuits on it that it's able to do anything. Because it's depending on what the circuit is and what type of ether you feed it, it can then transform that ether into a different type of ether or energy, so you can get it to produce light and similar things. A mineral that's not available on the source, which is why it's finite there. Would it not still be finite on the 9th? It's just they've got a lot more of it. It's a fossil fuel. Like, that's kind of the way that I think of it. Yeah, finite in the way copper is finite, yeah. Especially given that Alexandria is limited in... It's only within the dome. So even if they had, like, a really, really rich amount of it in that area, there's still only so much of it. I feel like Electrope probably came from meteors or similar, and it's going to be... But Aurosite is just Aurosite, which is a crystal. That's true. I have a feeling that Electrope is a otherworldly thing that came from another star. Because that feels like it would make... Like, that feels like it would make more sense thematically. Because you've then got an effectively medieval culture and society that is then slingshotted into futuristic tech from advanced alien technology, effectively. Although I also don't... Technically, they were slingshotted by the arrival of the Malala. That's true. Yeah, because without the Malala, they wouldn't have been able to utilize Electrope. But they already had Electrope. And they had the key to interdimensional travel already. No, the Malala had the key. I kind of forget the Malala stuff. It's been a while. It's been a while. You joined the Discord and you've posted a fun fan art. Ooh. That's a good Beatrix. Welcome. Welcome to the Discord. I misclicked. I hope I'd read that. If not, it was on the screen long enough. Yes? Hello? After? For you to call out of the blue, is something wrong? Well, that tells just how much we talked to Alizé. I'm sorry. What? You went all the way to the bottom of the Everkeep and you didn't think to ask me to come? I suppose I've been fairly busy myself. I'm pleased to say that we've received permission to begin administering the cure for Levin sickness to citizens. I'm actually due to visit a boy named Milos shortly, to see how he is responding to his treatment. You've met him before with Lamati, I believe. The two of you should attend as well if you have time. After. This is a surprise. Has Wuglamat gotten into trouble again? I see. Knowing you, I expect you're already looking forward to the next obvious trap. Try not to overdo it. I'm not gonna try and do his accent, because I know it'll come across Indian and racist, and I don't want to do that. I'm in the outskirts at the moment. I've been helping the people with their work and talking to those I meet to gauge their sentiment. It's been uneventful for the most part, but there was one notable development. Following recent events, some here stopped wearing regulators. This has led to a disparity in what people remember about the Queen's death, and the occasional episode of confusion. No shit, we already knew all of that, but I suppose Erenville doesn't know that we already know all of that. I'll be sure to let you know if there are any other changes. Thanks for telling me nothing. What did the others have to say, if I may ask? They've finished treating Milos, and we have to go and visit him. Would you mind if I accompanied you? I understand he's afflicted with the self-same condition as I was, and I cannot help but worry for him. Of course, we don't mind at all. In the meantime, I shall take myself around Solution 9 and see how things are. I share Alphino's concern about the Queen's absence, and even setting that aside, the situation is not like to resolve itself while becoming endless remains an option. I've been meaning to visit some shops, so I shall join Kryl. While everyone's out and about, I'll try to pick up Calix's trail. I'll see if I can dig up more information about the key for Stola as well. Van could be in this room and still be not important. Yep. I'll help you. It seems we all have things to do. Still, there's no telling what else Calix might have planned. So please, be careful, everyone. Right. Let's go to Milos's apartment. It's in residential radius 914, if I remember right. Alphino accomplishments, getting deceived by Teleji Adeleji, paying too much for a samurai blade and collecting firewood, and being extremely buoyant. Alizé's accomplishments, curing cancer and HIV. Hey, Alizé is also the driving reason why we cleared the coils of Bahamut. Alizé's responsible for that as well. But yeah, there is... That, and before Teleji Adeleji, Alphino also has the Crystal Braves becoming a terrorist organization. He also has that on his resume. Don't forget that one, you know. The most public of fuck-ups that he had. You know, inadvertently facilitating a terrorist organization. Alpha needs one win in one expansion, please. He became a sage. He got his father's recognition. How do I... Oh. The door. Yep. Doors are good. In which his sister is already a more world-renowned Kyrusian. God forbid men have hobbies. Hello. You came before with Queen Sveen. I'm glad. I'm glad you came again. I believe he'll be fine now, but just for good measure, I'll administer a healing spell.
I once hoped that Milos at least might be made an endless. Then he wouldn't need to suffer anymore.
You feel different now?
Thanks to Alizé, Milos is on the road to recovery. He can grow up and live a normal life. And I want to be there with him every step of the way. To grow old with him as his mother and not something else.
Why does that kind of sound like she was worried she was gonna have to have a romantic relationship with her son?
Thank you, Alizé.
That sentence seemed weird.
Now, you'll feel breathless for a little while still, but don't fret. It'll get easier to speak with time. That said, we can't rule out the possibility of a relapse. As a precaution, I would keep him away from lightning-infused objects.
Isn't pretty much everything lightning infused?
Does that include regulators?
It does. I understand if it's difficult for you to part with something that you've worn for so long, though, so it's entirely up to you.
No. For Milos' sake, I will do it. And if the environment here isn't good for him, I must consider moving outside the dome.
I love how he has purple highlights
You two would be
to
more
show
than
that
welcome
he's
in Tulihyora.
got lightning, Levin sickness.
It's very assuring to hear that. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the process?
I'm happy. I can talk again.
Now,
Before,
I can tell you
couldn't
about my
even
My
thank
Little
my
Pony
mother for
fanfic.
caring for me. But now we can talk lots. I can tell her that I'm happy. That I like it when she strokes my hair.
Your mother is happy to talk to you as well, I'm sure.
It's Noctis but female. I believe Milos is a male name.
Always said that she would cure me.
He's just young.
Today, I'll practice walking with Mother. And next time, I'll go and visit you.
Thank you for explaining everything.
It's not just but a male, female.
So if you have any other questions, just let me know.
You really doubled down.
Let's get going, shall we?
Please come back soon. You too, miss.
Is that hood enchanted to have the Clark Kent effect?
It's good to see Milos doing so well.
The Endless Me gave him the strength to hang on, and she didn't rely on any special power to do so.
I mean, she had been around for 400 years.
She wanted her people to be happy. Even though we had to fight, her love for them was very real, and it reached Milos.
I wish to be there to watch him grow as well. To make my way beside the people of Alexandria. In the name of his evolution, Calyx has wrought much unease and misery, and I cannot condone his path. No, I shall forge ahead on a path of my own, one that honors the memory of my other self.
Well, we already have female Cloud in Lightning. It's about time for female Noctis. Some kind of K-pop girly. Is that just because you're imagining that the female version would be in a girl band? Because his entourage is like a boy band? See also Pain. I don't know if Pain is... Honestly, Pain isn't very well fleshed out. I don't remember much of her origins being fleshed out. Attitude-wise, she is quite similar. Pain is more like female Squall, with Riku being her Rinoa. Fang is female Gladiolus. Or rather, Gladiolus is male Fang. You mean every other word from Noctis was sharply inhaled through gritted teeth? Maybe. Female Noct is just ah. Ash was cooler though. Maybe, but Ash is just the counterpart. Like, there's a lot of parallels between the two characters. Milos is a kind and brave boy. It did me well to see him. One day I hope I can speak with him about my other self. Come, let us return to the back room, and on the way, let's pick up treats for our friends. A little gift to show our appreciation for their hard work. We know where to get some pretty good tacos. Look, no, Rinoa is best girl because she comes with best boy. Rinoa has dog. Therefore, she's like a good 3 points
Citizens of Alexandria,
up.
please be advised. The distribution of neo-regulators has concluded.
Leave her in space. Hey, Scott.
We ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration.
The dog can come home, though.
The evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death and bask in the infinite possibilities of eternal life.
What is this?
Alex.
Evolution? What evolution?
Those with neo-regulators will become endless, apparently.
You mean there's no more? Well, don't you feel lucky?
Don't look at me like that. Queen's Fiend said there were only so many.
I haven't registered mine yet. The more I thought about it, the more unsure I felt about becoming an Endless.
Well, I registered right away. Anything to stop those terrible nightmares of being killed by mechanical soldiers.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. I see. The terror of their first encounter with death still lingers in their hearts. Having
I mean, I'd be more
previously been
concerned if it
spared
didn't.
even the idea of it, they know not how to handle the emotions.
The funeral was meant to give everyone the chance to come to terms with loss, to grieve and move forward together. But everyone who was wearing a regulator had their memories of that moment erased. And to see those oblivious, happy souls, those who remembered must have wondered if it might not be better to be like them, to go back to a time when death didn't exist.
And now they've been presented with the chance to do just that by becoming an Endless. It's not hard to see why they would consider it.
If this fear of death continues to spread among the people, what will become of Alexandria? The gifts for our friends will have to wait. We should return to the back room at once.
Also, isn't there a really easy and obvious way to kind of ensure Calyx can't achieve his goal? We just take the key to Tuliolal.
Oh, you're safe. That broadcast had us worried. The entire populace is on edge.
So Alphino and the others are still out there.
We have a situation on our hands. A civilian has been killed by a mechanical soldier here on Trueview.
What?
Wayakoi is on the scene and reports that the problem unit has been subdued by another sentry.
That doesn't make sense. Only someone with the King of Resolve's authority could order a soldier to do that.
good. I tried to check the status of the Authority, but was blocked from the core system. Given recent developments, I'd wager that Calyx is responsible for this.
No shit. He's probably the one that helped to develop the system. So he has admin privileges. He's basically fucking Jafar.
It's me. There's been an incident in the outskirts. A mechanical soldier attacked a local resident for no apparent reason. Fortunately, several nearby hunters dealt with the rogue machine, so everyone is safe. But if other soldiers were to... Wait. Is that... Oh gods. More hostile sentries are bound for the settlement. I'll try to lure them away and then lose them somehow.
Ill tidings, I take it.
It's not great.
In the outskirts too?
You'll go and help Erenville, won't you? We couldn't forgive ourselves if he came to harm. I'll have Geode join you from Earth and Sky.
I'm coming too. I can't stay here while my people are in danger.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do?
Let's go.
I know that you're a whiz kid with Electrope, but in an actual fight, he's just a liability. Like, it would make more sense for him to stay here with Shale and do stuff on the system to try and ensure that his authority is recognized. Like, I can understand him being here if he thinks that he can command them, but we've already established that these are either rogue units that won't recognize his authority, or that there is someone else, Calyx, that has the authority to supersede him. Things have settled down here, but I still see no sign of Erenville. Let's split up and look for him. Pippin, we need you to train Gluzha. Gluzha. Sveen, please search the settlement area. Meanwhile, the rest of us who can defend ourselves will head further out. So Sveen mentioned that she could do magic. She can't at the minute, or potentially at all anymore, because of the Levin sickness and the stasis. Let's not do that angle. But what kind of mage would she be? I feel like it would have made sense for her to be a sage if it wasn't for the fact that sage is specifically a Charlian thing. Because I could imagine using the Electrope, and it's basically the magical machinist, is the way that I think of Sage. I suppose she would have been training in magic before Electrope potentially became mainstream. So she could just be a black mage. No words from you except for those just now. Okay. Keep your secrets. Who's this other Shatona? That was a close call. My thanks. As I was leading the soldiers away, I caught sight of this poor fellow being pursued. I went to help, but was rather out of my depth. We're lucky you found us when you did. Does he have... No, he doesn't have a regulator. Erenville, I'm so glad you're safe. We were quite worried when we couldn't find you. We encountered soldiers on the way here. Most paid us no mind, but some turned out to be hostile. There's no way to tell until they set on you. The ones here also attacked without any warning. If I hadn't been paying attention, it could have ended badly. Hopefully the others were able to escape. We should return to the outskirts and take stock. It's funny doing roulettes as Minfilia and other players just shout, Minfilia? I can imagine. Especially when doing her as Gunbreaker. Ah.
Right. We're none the worse for the wear. But let's see what the situation is here.
Geode and his people came and joined us while we were searching for you. After which we happened to encounter Malachite. His usher duties brought him here, and he has quite the story to tell.
Oh. Do go on.
It's a bit puzzling, to say the least. Even so, I'll try my best to explain. I was called to attend to the unfortunate soul slain by the mechanical soldier.
Did they have a black regulator?
Yet when I arrived, I found no body. Only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered.
He probably had a black regulator, didn't he? Or didn't they?
Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
How odd. Did they remember the victim at least?
They did. Their memories of the deceased weren't sent to the cloud, I don't believe. Yet, no body remained.
If someone took it, surely they would have been noticed.
With your permission, I shall return to the government sector for now. Please take care.
Been very fidgety
terrible.
today.
Why would they make the soldiers do this?
If preservation is behind the attacks, I fear this won't be the end of it.
All the Neo-regulators have been distributed, and potentially 5,000 Endless are about to be born. What does Calyx hope to achieve with these killings?
Drive
Does he
scarcity.
seek to frighten people into registering them? Or perhaps...
Oh,
When I
thank
hear
God
that
you
hotline
answered.
bling,
Shale told me what happened. Is everything all right? I see. 'Tis a relief to hear that Erenville is safe. Alas, I do not have good news to share in return. A driver lost control of his vehicle when its interface became unresponsive, and it crashed into the Nexus arcade, injuring several people. Crime
Wow.
and I are helping to render aid, but with the Sentries behaving strangely, we can't afford to lower our guard.
It's almost someone or something integral to the Everkeep systems that are ubiquitous across everything in Alexandria is not a good guy. Huh. Shocker. When our main antagonist at the moment is probably the guy that helped develop that system.
Driver, and it's rampaging through the area as we speak.
Alphino had a similarly troubling report for me. Apparently, a riderless machine in the government sector came to life near a crowd clamoring for neo-regulators. It proceeded to mow down several citizens, causing serious injuries.
This is a tragedy. We must go and help the people.
This kind of reminds me of one of my favorite book series.
Sphene, wait! I'm coming with you!
Alphino is with Y'shtola, and he said they'll be all right. I'll go and see if other incidents have occurred elsewhere. From here, I'll head towards the quarry by way of the Drift Downs.
Certainly a lot of hover cargoes coming and going in those parts. I'll join you.
I shall remain here and speak further with the locals. I have company now, so you needn't worry about me.
Then let's return to Solution 9. If we hurry, we can catch up to Lamachi and Sphene.
I really like Daniel Suarez as an author, and he did a series, it's a two-part series. Daemon, D-A-E-M-O-N, so it's Demon, but Daemon for the sake of you knowing there's an A in it, and Freedom Inc. And it's all about gamifying. So it starts with there being an internet demon that's reading headlines and then triggering like murders and like all this stuff to bring about the end of modern society, to then gamify it and make it more effective. And so the first book focuses more on like the who done it.
Sphene's gone on ahead. I leave her with you.
And why, and the fact that there's this thing going about trying to bring down society, and then the second book is more about how they're building up the new society, and it's actually quite cool. And I think would work nicely as a societal model. Because it's more about working and supporting your local community and having like cells that become more self-sufficient, and then you have specialists that are in that will work within their cell and then potentially spread their skill, move around to other cells as there's demand for their services, or help to train others in other cells, and that's how you earn your currency.
Why is this happening?
It's a good read, I recommend. There's also a fair few bits about gaming in the books.
Surely there's a finite number of these things.
Well, we know it's constantly churning out more of them.
Everyone, please try to remain calm and make your way to resolution.
And they've had 400 years
This is just like before.
to make shit
When
tons.
Soldier unleashed the soldiers on us. I don't have any souls left. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
I mean, you could have said something, Alphino. Could have told him he wasn't gonna die. Yeah, get the finger paints out.
No, you don't! Are you all...
No! No! Why did you do that? Why? You can't just leave me alone like this! If we had been endless then, you'd still be here. You'd still be with me. But now...
Isn't he?
Are you alright?
So many hurt. So many dead. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
I'd be worried if you thought it was right. But, yeah. Thank the 12, you're all unharmed. His small solace amidst this tragedy, however. The machine rampage seems to have been only temporary. Soldiers and vehicles alike ceased to operate all at once, as if they had fulfilled their purpose. It's the same outside in Everkeep, though members of Oblivion are keeping watch for good measure. The first attacks came shortly after the announcement that Neo regulators had run out. It can't have been a coincidence. I struggle to imagine that anyone but Calyx could gain control of the soldiers. This must have served his ends in some way. Luja, are you still without your authority? It's fine now. I'm in control again. We might take the opportunity to shut down the machines. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. Lamachi just talked with Everkeep's administrators about that. They said it wasn't so simple. The mechanical soldiers don't only serve as guards. They also perform various vital tasks, like providing medical treatment and managing food production. If we shut them down, we'd struggle to render aid to the citizens, let alone restore their lives to normal. I made it so they can't use weapons anymore, though. Hopefully that makes it a little safer. Seems the best approach for now. Thank you for your swift action, Galusha. Yeah? This powerlessness. Can abide it no longer. No matter how much hardship and loss we could endure if there was but happiness at the end. Yet all I see now is suffering and misery. And I cannot bear it. I want to protect the people. For their happiness, I would do anything and everything. So please, please lend me your aid. Oh, Sven, you found the words I wished you'd said back then. Our strength is yours, Sven. Together we'll get through this. Let us split up and get to work. Might I trouble you to report to Shale, my friend? Overall, in terms of aesthetics, which expansion covered my favoured preferences? I do quite like a lot of the aesthetics of like the locations aesthetics of Endwalker. But there's some cool bits of Shadowbringers. I'd probably say overall locations Endwalker. Like aesthetics, thinking about like armor sets and stuff as well. It might have to be bits of Dawntrail. Oh, for like favorite dungeon design. Yeah, Court of Troya, the Fell Court of Troya is nice. I like not that one. Lapis Manalis is kind of good. But zone-wise, nothing beats A Realm Reborn. When you walk through it and aren't rushing it, feels so lived in. Well, yeah, I can see that. ARR zones have the most, like, random NPC dialogue and stuff as you're going through places, it feels like, as well. And because you've got the different beast tribes in the different zones, it makes it feel more like there is factions and different peoples. Whereas for a lot of the other expansions, it's just, okay, we've got the good guys and then we've got the bad guys. I mean, I suppose in Heavensward you've kind of got 3 factions. But it, for the majority of it, it feels like you've got 2. Yeah, North Shroud. There's an inn that's no vacancy for the Warrior of Light, and it feels like a place you aren't a part of. I get that, yeah. There's not a lot of reasons to spend time in North Shroud unless you're doing the Ixal quests as well. It's been a trying day, but it seems the worst is behind us. What's the situation out there now? You've moved quickly to restore things to normal. Thank you. Yet, while disarming the soldiers is indeed prudent, it is a far from comprehensive measure when vehicles can be commandeered to inflict damage and sow chaos. For the time being, I'll set our people to keeping a close watch on machines. I also have a mind to consult the authorities about enlisting hunters to our aid. I must regain my proficiency in magic. To that end, I shall seek advice from Ishtola and Alisaie. Among the books we recovered from the castle was a grimoire I once used. I hope to learn to wield it again, at everyone's side. Oh, she's an arcanist. Did she learn that from the Malala? As for the key, I think it best it remains in your care, though it means you will bear the greatest risk. In order to ease your burden, I shall endeavour to become a capable warrior and make Otis and Zelenia proud. She didn't necessarily say that. Yeah, that's true. And yeah, I know that there's plenty of magic users across many games that use grimoires. But it's just thinking in the 14 universe.
By illness weakened, by wounds unmade, by age decayed.
Grimoires either mean summoner or scholar, but those are specialists of darkness.
Flesh is worthless to us.
But that means using Arcanima, which came from the Southern Sea Isles and the Malala.
How mankind should evolve, shall evolve. I have already arrived at the answer.
I still can't get over that compass. It doesn't make sense.
To pose a new question.
If he had better charisma, Calyx would be a more dangerous villain. Yes. If he was able to convince people to be on his side without having to manipulate them through a dead monarch, it would be a lot more problematic. You think there's a reference to a grimoire at some point along the Black Mage questline as just a book of magics? You might be wrong though. It's been a long time since you did those quests. Yeah, like the book doesn't necessarily mean she's going to use the book as the weapon. It is kind of established that you need some form of catalyst. Well, not necessarily that you need it, but a catalyst assists with casting magics, which is why the conjurers all use canes and so on and so forth. But if you use a book as a catalyst, it tends to be Arcanima. Because Arcanima is kind of like geomancy, where it's all about the circuits and stuff. which are stored as like formulas in the book. Whereas the others are more tapping into the ether around you to manifest the relevant element. But yeah, anyway, that is the end of 7.2. Didn't take too long, did it? So 7.3, I believe, is the end of this arc, as it were. So I guess we're in the Calyx arc, or the Preservation arc. You like to imagine the sale pitch of Live Forever, but with the charisma of Billy Mays. What would be the... But call now! Because, like, it's always... They offer you whatever the product is, and then it will be, but call now and we'll give you twice as much immortality for the price of one! So, like, how does that work? Relevant Element sounds like a good band name. I feel like that's gotta be. That sounds like it would be, like synth techno. Call now and your dog can have endless life, free of charge. Yeah, no, that would be it. Instead of giving you more of the thing, they'd give you, like, the smaller, like, companion version. So it's like, call now and you can add one pet to your plan for no extra cost. I mean, I say that whilst I am looking at my cat, who is sat facing away from me. And for some reason is curled up on the thermal curtain that blocks the doorway. Billy Mays here with Zorbies. The most absorbent material you'll ever buy. Yeah, I know Billy Mays. You're just making sure he's not just a US-bound person. He is predominantly US. I don't think we had any Billy Mays commercials over here. I think it is specifically US. But he is so... like, he became a pop culture icon. So we know of him. The Slapshot guy is running for Congress. Can't be much worse than what's... No. No, we're going to avoid... We're going to avoid commenting on the current geopolitical situation involving America, because yeah, that is going to be where I call it for tonight, because we've done 7.2. We will be back tomorrow with more Lords of the Fallen, and then there'll definitely be streams over the weekend. There will probably be a during the day stream on Monday, but I will take the evening off, I imagine. chance that I can go to Andy's Man Club. Tuesday, I don't think there'll be a stream because my parents are coming up probably for early afternoon, so it wouldn't be worth streaming. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, no during the day streams, maybe an evening stream on Thursday, depending on when my parents leave. I might stream afterwards. Friday, on streams. Probably, because I can't consume things healthily. I actually quite like this glam. Because it's the samurai skirt, but with the chess piece of casting from Nier. And it works quite nicely together. I like it. Yeah, thank you very, very much for watching, and I'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Later.